All right, folks, welcome back. We are live again, continuing with our series, doing deep, full analysis of Dave Farina's, what I'm calling now a propaganda video. That also is a video that's targeting destiny. Just need to adjust a few things here. Israel. Destiny's reaction. So today we're going to be analyzing Destiny's reaction to Dave Farina's video. Just want to save that. I also have a storm brewing here, so I might lose power. If I do, I'll just fire it back up again. All right. I think that should be good now.
Lily lleva 150.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to put this window here. Got to do my shares. All righty. Do I need this open? Just need that there. Don't need that. Don't need that. Alrighty. I think we're looking good. Let me just make sure the audio is synced properly. Oh yeah, we're good. Don't need that. Sorry, I'm just cleaning up the windows here. Welcome back, everybody. Today, we are going to be analyzing Destiny's response to the Dave Farina propaganda video, the Israel-Palestine propaganda video, and Destiny's reaction to it. We've done about 20 hours of analysis on this. It took 20 hours to get through Dave's video, and it was full of a ton of misinformation, a lot of ethical issues. If you didn't get a chance to see those videos, they exist on the in the live tab on our channel here at Pangburn, and eventually there will be some other content videos made out of those long videos. So Errorbot, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Says, got here early, ready for the long ride. Let's get to work. Yeah, that's what this is. This is just like, this is mining for well-being. This is mining for good sound epistemology. That's what we're doing here. think of this as working in the fact mine. Sometimes the facts can be hard to find. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Well, here we go. And I believe this was 3 days ago. So yeah, basically right after this video was dropped.
Here, have your TTS. And let me use the restroom 1 sec.
Destiny. Hey, Destiny. It's Joe. We want you to come on. Are you free in September? Maybe the 18th? TF?
Ooh. Dear leader here, I hate to break it to DGG chat, but kick chat always.
There goes Mr. Borelli once
All right,
again,
he's back here.
showing us that they are incapable of showing empathy or understanding. He sees one student in a locomotive-assisted device and immediately assumes this motion picture must be pertaining special ed.
67, 67, 67. Obama 67, 67. I
gotta get through all that.
Classic, okay.
Sleep tonight, April.
Oh, this is awesome. I can say anything.
Nazism, right? Here, right?
Hell yeah.
When exposes those lies, they're automatic.
Oh, this is awesome. I can say anything. This is going to be cinema.
Jessai wants to give Jeffrey Dahmer one more chance.
Stop. Okay. Jesus. All right.
Hey, everyone.
Oh. Ads wants me to watch the intro to this.
The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like him. Anyway. Science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zion. Oh, just as a quick thing. The reason why it's so weird is like the video that he's responding to. This guy is like a weird. I think he's a fuck. I don't want to. He's like a flat earther. It's something weird. Or he believes in like the ether or something. But it didn't have anything to do with Zion.
So Destiny's talking about Avi Loeb here. I think he's talking about his UFO UAP thing. Just right off the bat. That Dave debunked. But
Zionism, or at least not in the Professor Dave video. I didn't see anything about Zionism. Oh, he believes in aliens or something. So it was just so weird that he kept bringing in like, oh, this guy, everybody hates that you're a Zionist. I was like, why?
It's tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism. Right here, right?
Hell yeah.
Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of
true.
Kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that
Holocaust.
Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you,
And they use the
deceive you
Holocaust to
about
do
their
it.
control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust.
Oh my God. We get it, bro.
The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust. Whoa, chill. This is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check, basically, to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
So today, everyone, just so everyone's clear, I'm going to, because we've already done the fact check of Dave's video, which again took 20 hours. And it wasn't only a fact check, it was a full Pangburnian analysis where I do the fact check and then I give my ethical stance on the kinds of behaviors and different things I'm seeing. But today, we are going to be focusing specifically on Destiny's reactions to this video and analyzing that. Make sure you guys smash that like button when you get in. It helps bring more people to the stream, which I think is good for growing good sound epistemology that is grounded in empiricism. Someone said, how did Dave's facts stand up? Well, I should mention, well, I'm calling it a propaganda video now, so that should tell you what I thought about Dave's accuracy and the style of the video and the way it was delivered. There was also a lot of unethical things in that video by my standards of well-being maximization. My moral quest is to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for myself and those around me. And I try to spread that circle out as far as I can with all the work that we've done at Pangburn in the past 10 years. That's what I'm trying to do whenever I do any work. That's my ultimate goal. And I am going to be releasing, just so everyone knows, this is actually a good time to give our Discord server link. This will also be available on our website, but I hope you join the Pangburn Discord server. We have a fantastic community. We govern the Pangburn Discord server based on the rules of good faith and helpfulness, which are consistent with my communication virtue and corresponding maxim that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. That's what governs the Pangburn stage, all of those debates and public conversations you've seen over the years. This is what is expected of speakers when they step onto our stage, when they come to play in the Pangburn universe. And on Discord, I'm going to be releasing soon. The final third video transcript isn't quite ready yet, but I'll be releasing a full PDF report of how much misinformation there was, the percentage of misinformation, the percentage of things I thought were unethical by my standards of well-being. All of these, a really comprehensive, detailed report will be provided and shared on our Discord server, and it will eventually be available on our website as well. But here's the Discord link. Join the Pangburn Discord server here. Yeah, and every super chat will be reacted to and investigated by myself. Every super chat goes towards supporting that goal of maximization of well-being in the world. Yeah, do I have anything else to say? No, let's get into it.
Apparently he was unhappy with that.
As you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and
time to do politics, though. When it comes to Israel-Palestine, though, woo!
Debunks.
Science communicators should talk about their political feelings. But science communicators, just like anyone else, should make sure that their political feelings are grounded in the actual facts. And politics, unfortunately, is where facts often go to die. I was having a conversation with Don this morning about how some people will point out that, like, oh, did you know that some AI systems in some instances have been shown to hallucinate? And give false information, things like that. This is coming from a human being who, in general, is just riddled with false and misinformation in their very fallible, cognitively limited brain. And that's just a fact. We are all cognitively limited. I am, everyone is, Dave is, Destiny is. We all have cognitive limitations. And the accuracy, if you know how to use AI tools effectively, it's not even close. The accuracy of discerning the actual facts in the world that you can get out of an AI system. But be warned. An AI system is like any other tool. Most people nowadays are using the tools incorrectly, and they're using the tools to engage in like sycophantry to try and get out of the tools what they want to hear. But the Pangburn AI system is embedded with my rigorous epistemic standards that are grounded in correspondence criteria of truth made primary, and this is the philosophy underneath it. That gives rise to, from that principle. And by the way, correspondence criteria of truth, just as a basic example I like to use, is that it's based on this simple principle that if the proposition is that the Statue of Liberty exists in New York City, That proposition is true if we can verify that the object in reference, the Statue of Liberty, actually exists in the place in reference, New York City. So we would need to verify the truth of, we would need to verify that that object is actually there as made in the proposition to determine that claim to be true. This is the basic principle that empiricism is born from, that using science as a way of knowing is born from. So that is made primary in my epistemic standards. And then, of course, if we look at what justifications I require to make sure, I'm just not guessing at truths and guessing at knowledge and I happen to be correct. What are the justifications within the JTB model? So I would rely on evidences. Justifications, evidences. I sometimes say demonstrations. Those tend to come in the form of evidences. So evidence. And then, of course, I have to actually believe the proposition. So that's the third part of JTB. Actually believing the proposition is required to have knowledge. So the Pangburn AI system is indoctrinated with my epistemic standards, and that's what is used to discern fact from fiction, to discern what is actually going on in reality. And the Pangburn AI system also knows my detailed, articulable ethical standards based on the consequentialism of well-beingism. By well-being, I mean physical, mental, and social health. I use well-being as a metric to measure good, bad, right, and wrong in the world. And it forms my moral quest, maximize well-being for myself and those around me. I'm just giving the underlying philosophy so that people can understand where I'm coming from. And I think it's important to do that. And I think everyone should be able to articulate their ethical and epistemic standards. Someone will ask, well, where does your moral quest come from? It comes from a simple presupposition that health is preferential to sickness. A very basic idea. Almost all human beings, if not all human beings that ever lived, want to pursue health instead of sickness. They want to be healthy instead of sick. So that presupposition, if that is presupposed and accepted, which all of you in the chat almost certainly want to be healthy instead of sick, we then go to, we need a starting point. We need a word. I use well-being. So does medical science. And what does well-being mean if we really want to pursue health instead of sickness? Well, well-being, as used in our high schools of learning that are tasked to master human biological health, uses well-being in a way that is to mean physical, mental, and social health. There are different conceptualizations of well-being, but that is the conceptualization and description I am using. So my moral quest is to maximize well-being for myself and those around me. It's born of this presupposition that health is preferential to sickness, and I understand that almost all human beings, almost certainly human beings of sound mind, are going to want that as well. So I see it as a virtuous moral quest to enact for myself and those around me. Okay. Anyways, little introduction. We'll see where we get here. Let's go.
Science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up...
I feel like Jews are some of the more educated people on the planet, no? Are we really saying that Israel in particular is a country susceptible?
Let's check that. Desi says, I feel like Jews are the more educated people on the planet. I'm curious.
to fraud and like conspiratorial nonsense. Okay.
Bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny.
Let's
talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is.
By the way, I really like Destiny's posture. At the beginning of this video, it's a posture of fallibilism. He didn't make a blatant statement. He asked a question out loud, which is completely fine. Yeah, aren't they the most educated people on the planet? But I love the lighthearted posture. I love that. He's like, oh, someone has something to say about me. Like, let's see what this guy's going to get wrong about me. Like, having this heavy-hearted posture. The light-hearted posture is going to allow him to be more cognitively flexible when dealing with this criticism towards him. And cognitive flexibility is actually demonstrably by way of our understanding in cognitive science for your overall general health. So this is why lightheartedness is the fifth Pangburn virtue, with the corresponding maxim it's kind of a demand to refine and express your sense of humor. This should be a daily practice. It's just good for your physical, mental, and social health to take the world when you can in more of a lighthearted fashion.
He's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew.
Slanderous?
Hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes.
Okay, I don't think I ever accused him of being a neo-Nazi. I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using is neo-Nazi rhetoric. The deception and self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I think he's a fucking tanky. I don't even think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind-fucked on Israel-Palestine. Like the entire fucking whatever.
Sorry, I want to go back to this.
Apparently he was unhappy with that by Zionists. So not all of them, just 90%. They have an infinite blank check.
He also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to.
They have an infinite blank check. What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit.
Sorry,
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world is.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using
I
is
think I'm going
neo-Nazi
to make
rhetoric.
this my screen bigger here.
And self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo.
Deception and self-victimization. So the question, aren't Jews the more educated people on the planet? That's what Destiny asks. The average formal education attainment, by average formal education attainment, Jews appear to be the world's most highly educated major religious group. The most comprehensive global comparison conducted by Pew Research Center using census and survey data from 151 countries found that Jewish adults aged 25 and older averaged 13.4 years of schooling. Oh, I need to adjust the screen because I adjusted the screen. Sorry, 1 second. And then this. Is this still good? No, I had to make that a little bigger. Sorry, guys. I just had to adjust the screen there. Found that Jewish adults aged 25 and older averaged 13.4 years of schooling, and 61% had post-secondary qualifications, the highest figures among the major religious groups studied. Several qualifications matter. This comparison used data principally from around 2010, and there does not appear to be an equally comprehensive, more recent worldwide comparison. It compares broad religious populations, not every ethnic, national, or cultural population on Earth. The result partly reflects geography. Roughly 4/5 of Jews live in Israel or the United States, countries with relatively high educational attainment. There is substantial variation within Jewish populations. Jewish includes secular, Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, and Haredi communities with different educational patterns. Education level is not the same thing as innate intelligence, of course. Historically, Jewish traditions placed an unusually strong emphasis on literacy, textual study, and education. Later factors include urbanization, occupational history, community institutions, migration selection, and socioeconomic conditions. These are plausible historical and sociological explanations, not evidence of a biological or genetic superiority. So, Jews have the highest average formal education attainment among the major world religious groups, is the best available comprehensive global data set, not necessarily among every conceivable population. In the United States specifically, newer 2023-2024 data place Hindus slightly ahead in bachelor's degrees attainment, 70% versus 65% among Jews. Wow, the Hindus are taking over. Destiny's claim, this idea that it's a common trope amongst neo-Nazis to point out Jewish deception and self-victimization. So yes, this is true. More precisely, neo-Nazis commonly allege Jewish deception and self-victimization, saying they point it out, saying they pointed out risks treating the accusations as established facts. Right. Yeah. So they try to point it out, which I should have said, try to point it out, that neo-Nazis use deception, and neo-Nazis say Jews use deception and self-victimization. So two reoccurring neo-Nazi themes are, and we're probably going to talk a lot throughout this reaction video, a lot about anti-Semitism. What is anti-Semitism? What isn't? What are some things? And I can't remember. I caught like maybe the last hour and a half or something of Destiny's reaction video. I haven't seen the whole thing, so I'm going to be seeing a lot of it for the first time. Collective deception. Two reoccurring neo-Nazi themes are collective deception. Jews are portrayed as secretly manipulating governments, media, finance, or public opinion. In the reaction, my analysis of Dave's video, he did that, but he didn't target Jews. He targeted Israel, right? He equated Israel to Nazi Germany. He didn't point at Jews specifically, but he did do the same thing with regards to Israel, this idea of secretly manipulating governments, media, finance, or public opinion. Manufactured victimhood. This idea that Jews are accused of inventing or exaggerating anti-Semitism, especially the Holocaust, to gain sympathy, money, political influence, or protection. The U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum identifies exactly this claim as a standard feature of Holocaust denial and distortion. Let's read that again and think about the 20 hours of analysis we did of Dave's original video. Jews are accused of inventing or exaggerating anti-Semitism. Now, Dave he didn't explicitly point to Jews in his video. But we could say Dave accused Israel of inventing or exaggerating anti-Semitism. Dave didn't say that about the Holocaust. But I think he did allude to the fact that this is done to gain sympathy, money, political influence, or protection. And of course, if this is targeted towards Jews specifically, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum identifies exactly this claim as a standard feature of Holocaust denial and distortion. Okay. Victim aggressor reversal. Anti-Semitic propaganda depicts Jews as harming others and then dishonestly presenting themselves as the victim. The neo-Nazi slogan and meme known for "the Jew cries out in pain" expresses this trope particularly clearly. Let's read it again and let's think about Dave's video. Anti-Semitic propaganda depicts Israel. Anti-Semitic propaganda. So this would be, to be fair to Dave, we should say, we should ask the question, did Dave say Israel is harming others and then dishonestly presenting themselves as the victims? I think there is an overwhelming amount of evidence that that sentiment was captured in the way Dave delivered the information in his video. Dismissal of testimony. Holocaust deniers frequently characterize Jewish survivors' accounts as coordinated lies designed to manipulate non-Jews or induce guilt. Dave didn't get into any Holocaust denying. So I just wanted to go through that. I think what Destiny is pointing at, this idea of Jewish deception and self-victimization, is common neo-Nazi tropes. But the question will be, was Dave talking about Jews? I think he's talking about Israel and Zionism. So we would have to see evidence if someone's to call what's being said by Dave anti-Semitism. We would want to see if there's any evidence of that being directed towards Jews.
I think he's a fucking tanky.
I know for people who are used to hearing like rapid fire information and like dunking and the debate bro world and things like this, and that's not what this is. The most important thing here is that we get the facts sorted out and the facts straight about how Destiny reacted to this video.
I don't even think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind fucked on Israel-Palestine. Like the entire fucking United States is, I guess, or the world is.
Mask off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists."
Mind fucked on Israel-Palestine. Yeah, I'd like to know how, like, if we have any polling data or anything showing, generally what kind of grasp the world has on the facts, the actual demonstrable facts of what's going on with in Israel and Palestine.
Where Zionists is covering the word Jews,
True.
implying that I really just hate all Jews.
True. No, not all. Just like 90%, I think, identify as Zionists. So not all of them, just 90%.
In it, he is reacting to my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in
Hear that again,
never
sorry.
Unrelenting
ending parade of human rights propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up
Sorry.
like
is covering the word Jew. Tenfold. So keep it up.
This is harder to navigate.
kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
An excuse to
Skeletons in your closet? That seems like stuff.
an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across.
Sorry,
I'll
one
just play
second.
you Destinies intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation,
I didn't even need to
opportunism,
watch my
and perpetual victim
thing.
complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like that. Anyway, thanks as much as
Sorry, folks. I'll get better at navigating this.
yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi, deconstructing this.
Well, are we using literally here as figuratively? I'm not calling you a Nazi. I'm just saying that these are
Sorry, I went too far.
Is covering the word
It's so annoying.
never
unrelenting.
ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up
Like, I feel like Jews are some of the more educated people on the planet. No, are we really saying that Israel in particular is a country susceptible to fraud and like conspiratorial nonsense? Okay.
Bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny.
Let's
talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the
unrelenting
parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew.
Slanderous?
Hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes...
Okay, I don't think I ever accused him of being a neo-Nazi. I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using is neo-Nazi rhetoric. The deception and self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I think he's a fucking tanky. I don't even think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind-fucked on Israel-Palestine. Like the entire...
All right, so the world does not generally have a well-integrated grasp of Israel-Palestine. Most people possess a selection of facts arranged around a prior moral allegiance. Yeah, I noticed that a lot with regards to this this topic. The problem is not that the truth is unknowable or that every interpretation is equally valid. It is that the conflict combines more than a century of history, genuine historical trauma on both sides, extreme present-day power asymmetry, nationalism, religion, and ethnic identity, propaganda from governments, armed groups, and activists, contested legal terminology, social media algorithms, rewarding outrage, and restricted independent reporting from Gaza. As of June 2026, Israel continued to prohibit independent entry into Gaza by foreign journalists, except through tightly controlled military embeds, making verification more difficult without making it impossible. Okay, and those are all we don't need to go through those particular facts. I'd like to see, because Destiny has been called a Zionist, time and time again from Dave in the video. Destiny's responding to it here. I want to see what the empirical evidence is of Destiny being a Zionist, whether that label is actually justified.
Fucking United States is, I guess, or the world is.
Mask off. And the thumbnail says, these fucking Zionists, where Zionists is covering the word Jews.
True.
Implying that I really just hate all Jews.
True. No, not all. Just like 90%, I think, identify as Zionists. So not all of them, just 90%.
In it, he's reacting.
So that's a good question. How many Jews identify as Zionists? Yes, there is strong evidence that Destiny is a Zionist in the broad, ordinary sense of the word. The academic definition of modern Zionism is as support for Israel following the earlier movement to establish a Jewish national home. So Destiny's expressed positions indicate that he supports Israel's continued existence rather than its replacement by a single Palestinian majority state. I accept that too. I think that's good. Defends the legitimacy of establishing a Jewish state through the 1947 partition framework. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Regards Palestinian and Arab rejection of partition as substantially ideological rather than merely reasonable dispute over percentages of land. I want to expand on that. Generally believes peace must come through negotiation and recognition of Israel rather than through dismantling Israel or an unlimited Palestinian right of return. Yeah, I agree with that as well. In the Lex Friedman debate, Destiny defended the partition proposal's demographic and territorial logic and characterized the rejection of a Jewish state as driven by the belief that Palestinians were uniquely entitled to the entire territory. He also treated Palestinian recognition of Israel as a basic starting point rather than a major concession, and repeatedly challenged claims that Palestinian leadership had seriously accepted available two-state settlements. Just double checking. I can turn down my light a little bit. Blinding. That makes him substantively Zionist, even though could not find a definitive, reliable statement in which he simply declares, "I am a Zionist." This, of course, doesn't automatically make him a Netanyahu supporter, a religious Zionist, an advocate of annexing the West Bank, a supporter of every settlement, or an unconditional defender of the IDF. For example, Destiny publicly rejected the IDF's explanation for the strike that killed World Central Kitchen workers. Destiny appears to be a secular, liberal, or pragmatic Zionist. He supports Israel's existence and legitimacy while retaining the capacity to criticize particular Israeli leaders and military actions. So a honest video would have wanted to clarify that Destiny also criticizes behaviors of the IDF and of Israel, but that was never breached in Dave's video. The things that disagree with your overall narrative you are trying to get across to someone should not be ignored if they are actually facts. They should be implemented into your holistic view of what is really truly going on in reality. That's how you achieve high resolution epistemology. If you are counting the hits that play towards the narrative you are trying to espouse and don't count the misses, then you're not delivering a high resolution epistemic product. You're not delivering a high resolution piece of knowledge. It's low resolution, and it's missing so many pieces that would make it more clearly connected to reality. Let me just close this. I don't need. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being back with me. Make sure you take 1 itty bitty second to smash that like button. I will respond. I will be responding to any super chats throughout the evening, so I will keep an eye on the chat.
To my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby.
Okay, we will take a look at the apparent anti-science that Avi Loeb is engaged in. I know I promised I was going to focus on Destiny's reactions here, but there are some things I'm going to find relevant enough to pull up and explore as well. This is all part of the same series. So, yeah, there will be a few times that I do that, but I will try my best. It's just the way my mind works when I hear claims, but I will try my best to focus on Destiny's reactions. So we went through Destiny there. Ooh. Let me say it right here. There.
and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation,
I didn't even need to
opportunism,
watch
and
my
perpetual victim
thing.
complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like that. Anyway. As much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
Bro, this guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbro tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone who hurts your feelings is just going to hate you demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this.
Well, are we using literally here as figuratively? I'm not calling you a Nazi. I'm just saying that these are, whatever. I said it. I even said this is like neo-Nazi rhetoric, but okay.
Yeah, I think Destiny was focusing on the arguments. He didn't call Dave a Nazi. I agree with Destiny's reaction there. So there is no reliable worldwide survey asking every Jewish population whether they personally identify as Zionist. But the best defensible answer we have is probably somewhere around 50 to 70% of Jews worldwide would explicitly accept the label Zionist. Roughly 8 to 11 million of the world's approximately 15.8 million Jews. So when Dave is saying that Zionists are Nazis, and he's saying, I'm not saying this about Jews, he's not directly saying it about Jews, but he is saying it about 50 to 70% of Jews. That doesn't necessarily mean that qualifies as anti-Semitism. But it's the kind of hateful rhetoric, I would say, that can give fuel to others that would maybe misconstrue what Dave is saying and think that, well, yeah, I mean, he's saying Zionists, and that's like 8 to 11 million Jews. It's like, so as far as I'm concerned, they might say Dave is with us. This is like, and I don't think it's Dave's intention to, ramp up the amount of anti-Semitism in the world. But sometimes your behaviors, even though it's not what you're intending, can have an effect in the negative direction that you weren't trying to create. And I could easily see how an anti-Semite, a neo-Nazi, could take Dave's video and be like, yeah, Dave, Dave can't say it because he's a science communicator or whatever, but he's literally calling Zionists Nazis. And that includes 8 to 11 million of the world's Jews who would accept the label of Zionist. All right.
Farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video.
Sorry, there was one more thing I was looking at here. Avi Loeb is not an anti-science figure in the ordinary sense. He publishes equations, proposes observations, releases analyses, and invites attempts at falsification. Searching for extraterrestrial technology is itself actually legitimate science. So something that's more defensible from Dave's perspective, that Avi Loeb repeatedly uses scientific tools while violating norms of evidential calibration, especially by elevating quote, possibly artificial into a publicly prominent explanation before establishing that ordinary explanations, measurement error, contamination, and selection effects are unlikely. So yeah, it's one of these situations where sometimes scientists and science communicators will have this pet topic where, just epistemically, for some reason, they're not applying their full epistemic rigor to it, like Dave did in this propaganda, hit piece video. So Dave kind of just, something kind of ironic about this, that Dave is kind of, going after Avi Loeb, just kind of trying to really diminish him and just some anti-science person. But when we demonize people like this, and say, they're worthless, like what about all of the positive things about Avi Loeb that he's contributed to, right? Like, again, getting a holistic picture of reality, of the actual facts, as opposed to like playing into a narrative of, this idea that like, oh, this guy's useless, so there's a major documented case through July 2026 treating unexplained features as positive evidence for aliens. So Loeb's central argument about Oumuamua, I think it is, that thing that was flying through space, is approximately, it displayed several unusual properties. Proposed natural explanations have shortcomings, therefore an artificial origin must receive serious consideration. The problem is that the failure to identify a completely satisfactory natural explanation does not substantially raise the probability of alien technology unless we can estimate how frequently unknown natural objects produce anomalies, how frequently alien technology should pass through our system, and how likely the observations are under each hypothesis. Philosopher Christopher Cowie identifies this as a problem involving prior probabilities, yes, and unconceived alternatives. There may be natural mechanisms nobody has yet formulated. We do not currently understand it is not equivalent to technology is becoming unlikely. So this is Loeb's most important epistemic error, confusing the elimination of some natural models with affirmative evidence for an artificial one. So he gets into stacking anomalies without a proper statistical baseline, publicly privileging a light sail over viable natural mechanisms, treating LM1's interstellar origin as effectively confirmed. Loeb and Amir Siraj argued that the 2014 Fireball CNEOS 2014 January 8th, called I think it's IM1, was moving fast enough to be interstellar. A U.S. Space Command communication later stated that the reported velocity was sufficiently accurate to indicate an interstellar trajectory, but the underlying sensor data and uncertainty model were not publicly available. Independent meteor experts Peter Brown and Yuri Borovica examined comparable U.S. government Fireball measurements and found errors in roughly 10 to 15 kilometers per second at high speeds, along with large directional uncertainties. They concluded that the simplest explanation for LM1's exceptional properties was an overestimated velocity. Their analysis was accepted by the Astrophysical Journal. Loeb was therefore building an extraordinary investigation on a foundational measurement that independent experts considered insufficiently reliable. The problem was not investigating IM1. It was repeatedly using language such as the first interstellar meteor when candidate based on classified measurements of uncertain accuracy was a more defensible thing to say. So I just wanted to paint a little bit of a picture of Avi Loeb here, where Dave is probably getting at with regards to some issues. So the given the whole body of work for Avi Loeb, the fairest formulation here is that Avi Loeb is not anti-science, but his recent alien research repeatedly exhibits anti-scientific inference and communication, argument from ignorance fallacy, neglected priors, post hoc anomaly selection, weak provenance, premature publicity, inadequate separation of possibility from probability. You know, I'm going to have a big problem with that. And resistance to proportioning extraordinary claims to the available evidence. His legitimate contribution to insisting that technological extraterrestrial objects are empirically searchable, are empirically searchable. His central failure is acting as though unexplained and unusual evidence already moves us substantially toward aliens when in most cases it establishes only that the object is unexplained or unusual. Yeah, unidentified, unexplained, or unusual objects does not make aliens more likely. It's basic good sound epistemology born of classical logic. All right. Let's get at it. Oh, I just also wanted to I also think it's important to read into the record Avi Loeb's, his major contributions to science, if there are any notable.
Formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware...
I don't think he knows what skeletons in his closet, I don't think he knows what that means. Like, I don't think you would say like an active litigated court case or things that people say about you all the time are skeletons in your closet. That seems like stuff that's out front and out in front and center of everything, but okay.
Yeah, I agree with Destiny there. I think the things that Dave will eventually point to are not skeletons in Destiny's closet. Yeah, they are things that are public knowledge. So maybe not as public as someone like Dave might want them to be. Maybe they're new to Dave. Maybe they're skeletons from Dave's perspective. But yeah, a misuse of that term.
That this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time.
Okay, so just as a heads up, there was a thing that I used to call, this the October 8th test. To find out how fucking insane you are, and Professor Dave fails or passes extraordinarily depending on how you consider that. These were the tweets that this guy was firing off on October 8th.
If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck, but have never tweeted about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered on a daily basis under an illegal military occupation, you're part of the problem. Yeah, that's a very, very insensitive thing for Dave to say. I mean, we should feel the need to speak out against an innocent dead woman in a truck. Of course, Dave, we should feel that need. And should one feel the need to speak out against, thousands of innocent Palestinians that were murdered on a daily basis? whether you agree with that framing or not, or whether it's grounded, whether the numbers are supported or grounded in reality, yes. If in fact you believe that thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered are being killed on a daily basis, that's something that we should speak out about as well. But it's really bad, this kind of framing. It diminishes, like, quote, one innocent dead woman in a truck. It minimizes her existence. So both things are important.
October 8th, okay? If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck, but have never tweeted about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered on a daily basis, thousands murdered on a daily basis under an illegal military occupation, you are part of the problem. October 8th, by the way. Zionism is not a religion.
Yeah, so Dave said, yeah, I want to go back there, because that was good emphasis. I just want a screenshot of that.
Was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating
these or Iraq or Iran or any.
Ooh, I had it there. I want to take this. We are going to investigate. We are back to the old tab. I'm surprised my Pangburn AI system hasn't just given me the middle finger and said, you're done. Okay. Thanks for being with me again, everyone. Make sure you smash that like button. I really appreciate it. It helps attract more people to the art of actually discerning facts from fiction.
If you feel the need to tweet about one innocent dead woman in a truck, but have never tweeted about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered on a daily basis, thousands murdered on a daily basis.
Yeah, thousands murdered on a daily basis, and this was put out on October 8th, right? So we're investigating whether or not there's any truth to this.
Under an illegal military occupation, you are part of the problem. October 8th, by the way. Zionism is not a...
Let's take a look at this one. I love technology. Technology should be used to become more epistemically sound. So we are making accurate ethical prescriptions based on the actual facts. This one will be up next. Boom.
Not a religion, bud. Condemn Israel with 1,000 times the vigor and frequency that you condemn Hamas to be proportional to the death toll, and we won't have anything to disagree about. Now remember...
Zionism is not a religion, bud. Condemn Israel with 1,000 times the vigor and frequency. This is on October 8th, right? Yes. That you condemn Hamas to be proportional to the death toll, and we won't have anything to disagree about. I mean, that's rhetoric, right? 1,000 times. Obviously, someone can't do that. Yeah, Zionism is not a religion. I mean, the fact that Dave's saying this, like, right after October 7th, I think is very insensitive to that terrorist act. That was Very, very brutal. One of the most brutal things, I've seen in the modern era. Okay. Now we're going to do the same for this. Dave is, of course, referring to Shani Luke. She was, in fact, killed during the October 7th attack. This tweet was posted on October 8th when her death had not yet been confirmed. Her family initially believed she might be alive, and confirmation came on October 30th. So Dave assumed that this woman was dead. So that's spreading misinformation right off the bat. Dave is spreading misinformation here. That, of course, like if family members come across, a famous science communicator, after seeing what they had to endure with regards to their daughter, and then the way Dave framed this, like, you have to be able, you gotta, like, there's empathy and conscientiousness and sympathy missing here. It's awful. And she wasn't confirmed dead yet. So then Dave said thousands murdered on a daily basis. Read literally, it suggests that thousands of Palestinians were being murdered every day, which of course is false. So the literal thing Dave is saying here, a literal interpretation, that would be just obviously false, what Dave is saying. Before October 7th, 2023, Palestinian fatalities were measured in hundreds during that year, not thousands each day. So again, one more time. Before October 7th, 2023, Palestinian fatalities were measured in hundreds during that year, not thousands each day. OCHA recorded 179 Palestinians killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank and 33 in Gaza through mid-September. I'd like to know how these killings happened. What are the facts surrounding these killings? Oops, did I go too far? All right. So if Dave would have been careful with his tweet, being conscientious, empathetic, caring about the well-being of others, and also being epistemically rigorous, kind of in connection with being conscientious about whether or not this person was dead or not. You could have said something like thousands of Palestinians had cumulatively been killed over many years, with Palestinian deaths occurring regularly. That underlying point is true. Thousands of Palestinians had been killed during previous rounds of conflict and operation-related violence. But innocent and murdered, of course, are still overgeneralizations. There's so many overgeneralizations. Like, how many times did I have to point out the overgeneralizations or just blatantly overgeneralization fallacies that were occurring in Dave's video? So many times. Palestinian fatalities have included civilians, combatants, people allegedly participating in hostilities, and deaths occurring under disputed circumstances. So many killings have been unlawful. That does not justify classifying every Palestinian fatality as murder of innocent person without case-specific evidence. So really important when Dave says about the thousands of innocent Palestinians who are brutally murdered. Murdered is being overgeneralized. One more time, because I think this is really important. Palestinian fatalities have included civilians, combatants, people allegedly participating in hostilities, and deaths occurring under disputed circumstances. Many killings may have been unlawful. That does not justify classifying every Palestinian fatality as the murder of an innocent person without case-specific evidence. So this tweet is indicative, like directly relates to the kind of thinking, the lack of rigor, the lack of conscientiousness, the lack of empathy displayed by Dave throughout his propaganda video that we just spent 20 hours analyzing. What up, everyone? Smash that like button when you get into the room. Thank you so much for being with me through this analysis video today.
For Israel, because we...
Ooh, we have this other one, the Zionism one. Yeah, we actually we went through the Zionism one enough. But like with what Hamas had just done, the slaughtering of innocent people, you know, it's just completely insensitive, bad thing to be tweeting out. So even with accurate numbers, moral condemnation cannot be calculated from death totals alone. Just as a something here that I think is important. Relevant factors include whether civilians were deliberately targeted, like they were on October 7th, the actor's intentions. The intention was seemingly by Hamas to kill as many innocent people and kidnap as many people as they could on October 7th, whether the deaths were foreseeable or avoidable, whether force was indiscriminate or disproportionate, whether people were tortured, abducted, or sexually assaulted. There was evidence of torture, abduction, and sexual assault on from October 7th. Not that that would have been readily available necessarily on October 8th, but this is why, you know, the morally responsible thing to do is wait until the facts get adjudicated before you start splurging out a bunch of immoral stuff that's full of misinformation that really could be hurting people, like calling, you know, the victim in the truck someone who is dead. Okay. So what are the facts surrounding these numbers when we're looking at OSHA recorded 179 Palestinians killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank and 33 in Gaza through mid-September 2023. The 179 West Bank and 33 Gaza figures were cumulative 2023 totals through September 18th, not deaths occurring daily, and they did not consist exclusively of uninvolved civilians. They covered very different circumstances: armed clashes, arrest raids, alleged attacks, protests, stone, and explosive throwing and killings of bystanders and children. OSHA attributed a death to Israeli forces when its field staff verified the incident, normally using at least 2 independent sources, but inclusion in the database does not itself determine that the person was innocent, that the killing was lawful, or that it constituted murder. OSHA expressly says that its classification of someone as a civilian carries no conclusion about legality. There's also a small geographical distinction. The chart listed 179 Palestinians killed in the West Bank. The accompanying text said 181 killed in the West Bank on Israel, apparently including 2 West Bank residents killed inside Israel. All right.
Support them, I guess, is why we have to criticize them so heavily. And then also because of the ratio between how many people the IDF kills versus Hamas kills, like the ratio is really important there. But then when it comes to like the other actors in the region, like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iraq or Iran or anything else, the numbers don't matter because I guess just because we don't support them directly. They always use this argument, but I feel like if we were to withdraw all support from Israel and then they were to begin like really genociding the Palestinians, would you just say we shouldn't do anything? That never made sense to me. I don't know. The idea that we be proportional to the death toll and we won't have anything to disagree about. Now, remember, for Israel, because we support them, I guess, is why we have to criticize them so heavily. And then also because of the ratio between how many people the IDF kills versus Hamas kills, like the ratio is really important there. But then when it comes to like the other actors in the region, like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iraq or Iran or anything else, the numbers don't matter because I guess just because we don't support them directly. They always use this argument, but I feel like if we were to withdraw all support from Israel and then they were to begin like really genociding the Palestinians, would you just say we shouldn't do anything? That never made sense to me. I don't know. The idea that we only care because we support them and then you have to criticize them more than other people because the death count. But if you look at the death count of anybody else, it's, yeah.
Okay, Destiny's asking some questions here for the most part, engaging in some reasoning out loud.
Be proportional to the death toll, and we won't have anything to disagree about. Now, remember, for Israel, because we support them, I guess, is why we have to criticize them so heavily. And then,
so that's not what Dave is
also
saying here.
Because of the ratio between how many people the IDF kills versus Hamas kills, like the ratio is really important there. But then when it comes to like the other,
so Destiny here is just doing his own reasoning out loud, coming up with some questions. This isn't directly related to anything Dave is saying here, besides the proportionality point Dave is making, that it seems like Destiny agreed
actors
with.
in the region, like Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iraq or Iran or anything else, the numbers don't matter because I guess just because we don't support them directly. They always use this argument, but I feel like if we were to withdraw all support from Israel and then they were to begin like really genociding the Palestinians, would you just say we shouldn't do anything? That never made sense to me. I don't know. The idea that we only care because we support them and then you have to criticize them more than other people because the death count. But if you look at the death count of anybody else, it's, yeah.
So he's referencing a general idea. Again, this isn't something that Dave expressed here. There was some of that, the proportionality question, yes, but
if Israel didn't dehumanize Palestinians, Hamas wouldn't exist. That's the fucking point. They exist because of the blockade, the colonizers, the brutality. Use your brain. The blockade came after Hamas, but I wouldn't expect history to be done by any of these fucking people. October 11th, you naive toddler. Hamas didn't start it. They are the reaction. Be proportional to the death toll, and we won't have anything to disagree about. Now, remember, for Israel, or Iraq or Iran or anything else, the numbers don't matter because I guess just because we don't support them directly. They always use this argument, but I feel like if we were to withdraw all support from Israel and then they were to begin like really genociding the Palestinians, would you just say we shouldn't do anything? That never made sense to me. I don't know. The idea that we only care because we support them and then you have to criticize them more than other people because the death count. But if you look at the death count of anybody else, it's, yeah. If Israel didn't dehumanize Palestinians, Hamas wouldn't exist. That's the fucking point. They exist because of the blockade, the colonizers, the brutality. Use your brain. The blockade came after Hamas, but I wouldn't expect history to be done by.
Okay. I need to screenshot this. There we go. Looks like we're going through a bunch of slides here. All right.
Literally always, they are manufacturing consent for genocide by fabricating beheaded babies. I think that was a French outlet that reported that incorrectly, the 40 beheaded babies thing. It didn't come from an Israeli outlet. And rape and countless other things. Sorry.
It's not a double standard because I know that Israel is lying literally always. Dave, it's not a double standard because I know that Israel is lying literally always. That's such a low resolution sentence to write down. I couldn't imagine writing that sentence down, especially coming out of someone like Dave who should know better epistemically. Like these sweeping generalizations again. They are manufacturing consent for genocide by fabricating beheaded babies and rape and countless other things. So, this is January 3rd, 2024. Surely at this time we knew that rapes had occurred. But yeah, the beheaded babies thing was a fabrication. And yeah, Joe Biden mentioned he had seen images of the beheaded babies, but that was just a lie. So yeah, this tweet is epistemically reckless and ethically indefensible. Dave is right about the 40 beheaded babies story was false. More precisely, an unverified rumor that was irresponsibly amplified. But he uses that real failure to justify categorically denying separate rape allegations, which later independent investigations substantially corroborated. Okay, the first claim, like we were talking about, Israel is lying literally always. This is plainly false. Israel could refer to the government, military, journalists, forensic personnel, emergency workers, or Israeli citizens. No person or institution lies literally every time it communicates. Even a government with a substantial propaganda record makes many true statements. More importantly, this is a self-sealing belief. Number one, Israel makes a claim. Number two, the claim is rejected because Israel made it. Number three, any supporting evidence is dismissed as additional Israeli propaganda. Obviously, we can see how that epistemic standard would fall apart. This method makes contrary evidence impossible in principle. It is not skepticism. It is dogmatism. So dogma is when you believe something to be incontrovertibly the case. Sometimes dogmatism and dogma might not be made explicit, and someone might just act in that way. But then we would say someone is acting dogmatically. Is that there's no possible way they could be wrong. I think Dave acts dogmatically and has accepted the dogma, it seems, that it's incontrovertibly the case that a genocide has been committed by Israel in Palestine. And the question would be, what would change your mind about that? If the International Court of Justice, when they eventually adjudicate this and come to their determination, they determine that there was not a genocide committed by Israel in Gaza. I mean, what higher court, more rigorous court of law do we have than the International Court of Justice? is Dave still going to dig his heels in with regards to this dogma, or is he going to accept that determination? So Dave did not merely question the scale, demand forensic evidence, or identify unreliable individual accounts. He categorized rape itself as something Israel had fabricated. A subsequent UN mission found reasonable grounds to believe that rape and gang rape occurred at the Nova Festival area, Road 232 and Kibbutz Raim. It also found clear and convincing information that hostages were subjected to sexual violence, including rape and sexualized torture. The UN findings were not uncritical endorsements of every Israeli allegation. The investigators explicitly acknowledged inadequate forensic collection, inaccurate interpretations by untrained responders, scarce survivor testimony, inability to verify some alleged incidents, at least 2 widely reported allegations at Be'eri that were unfounded, inability to verify reported rapes at Kfar Aza. So this distinction is crucial. Some rape stories were unsupported or false. It does not follow that rape as a category was fabricated. Human Rights Watch likewise found evidence of sexual and gender-based crimes, while acknowledging that the full extent and some rape allegations specifically could not be established because evidence was badly preserved and many victims were killed. Was Dave justified based on what was known in January 2024? No, the UN report had not yet been published, and the public evidence remained incomplete. Dave could responsibly have said some rape allegations remain unverified, several accounts are unreliable, and Israel has not provided adequate forensic evidence for the broadest claims. Instead, he said rape was being fabricated and justified that conclusion by asserting that Israel always lies. Not yet independently proven and invented are entirely different propositions. Lack of sufficient evidence warrants suspended judgment, not confident denial. And then he went on to say manufacturing consent for genocide. This is partly an interpretive political claim rather than a directly testable factual statement. Yes. Atrocity accounts were certainly used by Israeli officials and supporters to justify an extensive military response. The false beheaded baby story contributed to portraying Palestinians or Hamas as uniquely barbaric, but that may reasonably be described as helping manufacture public consent for extreme violence. But Dave claims deliberate fabrication as the mechanism. That requires showing that relevant actors knew the stories were false and intentionally invented or spread them to facilitate Gaza's destruction. This is a problem with how Dave thinks about this. He doesn't think he needs to demonstrate the intentionality. He claims to know the minds of the Israelis, of Israel, of the Zionists. This comes up time and time again. He just claims this is what they do. So demonstrate the deliberate fabrication of things like the beheaded baby story. And how Israel or the Zionists or others were involved in that to intentionally spread misinformation. Some officials amplified unverified claims. Some did not correct them promptly. Reporting was shaped by confusion, poor evidence handling, and ideological incentives. The specific 40 babies rumor was false, and it didn't help. And I believe it was Joe Biden, based on my memory from going through this, that said he had seen the photos, and of course he didn't. Whoops. All right. What's the, did I have another? Oh, we're on to the next slide coming up here.
Oh, that's January 3rd, to be fair.
No, it wasn't fair. He's still not justified to be saying that, Stephen. I'm going to screenshot this next slide. Let's take a look at it.
Of the next year. It's not a Jewish
It's not a
organization. He's the president of AIPAC, the most influential lobby in America that has billions of dollars flowing to Israel with which to commit genocide. He should be in prison with a death sentence, so stop shitting your pants. I wonder who that's about. The president of AIPAC. I don't even know who that is.
We went through AIPAC. But we are getting the actual tweet analyzed here. But I have an AIPAC section. There was a claim in the video, we haven't got to it yet, the claim that AIPAC political network spent approximately $126 million during the 2024 election cycle is broadly accurate, depending on which affiliated PACs and expenditures are aggregated. So we already went through this in the other video, but I want to deal with this actual tweet. Let's take a look at the chat. Someone said Destiny meant it's not an October 8 tweet. Well, I mean, he can say that. He should make that explicit. I think I'm going to grab the other.
Is that me?
I'm going to grab this one too. Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza. And Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they are tactical. It's bullshit. All right. Okay, for the tweet, it's not a Jewish organization. He's the president of AIPAC, the most influential lobby in America that keeps billions of dollars flowing to Israel with which to commit genocide. He should be in prison. When was that? November 25th. He should be in prison with a death sentence, so stop shitting your pants over this. So we've already determined that AIPAC, has influence. That's, not breaking any American laws. So it's not a Jewish organization is too categorical. AIPAC is formally an American pro-Israel political advocacy and lobbying organization, not a synagogue, a Jewish religious denomination, an institution representing every Jew, an agency of the Israeli government. AIPAC says its membership includes people of different faiths and backgrounds, and that it is funded and governed by Americans. AIPAC historically emerged from organized American Zionist and Jewish communal institutions. Academic historical research describes its predecessor and related bodies as Jewish United Front organizations created to mobilize American Jewish support for Israel. Therefore, AIPAC is not Judaism and does not represent all Jews. That's correct. AIPAC is not a religious organization. That's correct. AIPAC has no meaningful Jewish institutional identity. That's misleading. AIPAC is exclusively Jewish, which would be false. Dave treats a sociological classification as though only a formal religious classification is possible. Yeah, so that's a problem. Dave treats a sociological classification as though only a formal religious classification is possible. So it's not an established fact that AIPAC is the most influential lobby in America. AIPAC is undoubtedly highly influential in matters involving Israel and congressional elections. Its political arms have become exceptionally important. By September 2024, its affiliated United Democracy Project had spent about $56 million and ranked 9th among super PACs for independent expenditures during that cycle, but there is no objective, generally accepted ranking establishing AIPAC as the single most influential lobby in America. So that's just more misinformation from Dave in that tweet. Keeps billions of dollars flowing to Israel. It's substantially true, but causally overstated. AIPAC explicitly lobbies Congress to maintain American military assistance to Israel. It publicly supports full funding of the U.S. Israel aid memorandum. Under the 2016 memorandum, the United States committed, subject to congressional appropriations, to provide Israel with $38 billion over 10 years. Ordinarily $3.3 billion annually in military financing, plus $500 million for missile defense. So AIPAC unquestionably works to maintain billions in aid. However, AIPAC keeps the money flowing, quote, can misleadingly imply that AIPAC alone controls Congress. American aid also results from presidential policy, congressional voting, defense industry interests, strategic and intelligence cooperation, evangelical Christian support, public opinion, decades of bipartisan foreign policy. AIPAC is a major contributing force, not a single causal switch controlling the United States government. And then the tweet finishes, or also adds, with which to commit genocide. This treats several distinct propositions as though they were already proved. Israel, number one, that Israel is committing genocide. Number two, American aid material facilitates that genocide. Number three, AIPAC's president knows and intends that result. Again, we get back to assuming intentionality. Number four, he therefore bears personal criminal liability. And that's when Dave finishes with, he should be in prison with a death sentence. Even accepting the first proposition that Israel is committing genocide does not automatically establish the others. The ICJ's provisional measures orders found plausible rights under the Genocide Convention and ordered Israel to prevent genocidal acts, but the court explicitly said it was not making a final determination of genocidal intent at that stage. The rough estimate is that we're going to get that final determination at some point in 2030 or 2031. But we're still quite a long ways away from hearing that determination. What up, everyone? Hello. Thank you so much for the super chat. From Heaven's Feel says, nothing I have to say for now. Just keep it up. Wow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. From Heaven's Feel. Keeping it up. Let's make sure I didn't miss any other super chats. Okay. Awesome. I appreciate you guys being here with me. Thank you. Join our Discord server. This is where the real-time action happens, and you can hang out with me and other people in the in our digital tavern. We have a tavern where we shoot the shit and talk about politics, art, science, religion, philosophy, and we have great conversations that are governed by the Pangburnian maxim and virtue of good faith and helpfulness. So, and the full maxim is that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. By the way, I was planning on having my book out finally this fall. It's probably looking like spring or summer next year. I'm trying not to rush it, but the book will be about the 6 Pangburn virtues and maxims and how it has applied to the work we've done here at Pangburn over the past 10 years. So it's getting there. So other organizations have since reached stronger genocide conclusions, and American arms clearly contribute to Israel's military capacity, but establishing an individual as criminally complicit would require evidence concerning, and we're talking about this person that Dave said should get a death sentence, his conduct, causal contribution, knowledge, intent, or the applicable mental standard, the particular crimes facilitated. The tweet provides none of that. It leaps from political advocacy for military aid to personal capital criminal liability. Now, I can already hear some people saying, oh man, it's Twitter. You're taking Twitter too seriously. I don't care. I don't give a shit if people think that just because they're on Twitter that means they shouldn't be morally culpable or, receive my moral analytical wrath when I'm, doing analysis like this, or when I'm just happen to be reading things on a platform like X. X should not determine your moral standards of communication, how you speak about issues, your epistemology, your accuracy, your fact-finding, how you show empathy towards others, whether you care about their well-being or not, or the people in question. You should act on X the way you act anywhere else. I don't care if you think that, well, I'm not going to be successful in the algorithm then on X. To me, X is a place that really does tend to show people's true colors, because they think, oh, because other people are acting this way and attacking people in this way, I guess that means I'm going to do it. That exposes your true moral colors. It just does. And if you say, well, I'm doing it for the clicks, doesn't matter. Should clicks, the amount of clicks you get, determine your moral foundations, your ethics, your meta ethics? Come on, we can do way better than that. Okay.
Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza.
Oh yeah, we are on to this one, right? Did I put that into the system? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, so Dave's tweet is Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza. They're the governing body of Gaza, or they were. And Israel, that's just my response. And Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they are tactical. It's bullshit. So the tweet does identify a real problem. Israel cannot lawfully bomb civilian objects merely by asserting a Hamas connection. But again, that stuff, I rely on the ICJ, other legal analysis, expert analysis, to determine what targets were actually targets that were viable, that Israel was allowed to strike. Same goes for Palestinians or Hamas or anyone else. But Israel cannot lawfully bomb civilian objects merely by asserting a Hamas connection, but Dave expresses it, though, two major factual falsehoods and two major factual falsehoods and an unjustified blanket conclusion. So again, the tweet says Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza, and Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they are tactical. It's bullshit. Okay, first off, Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. That's just obviously false. But connected to a valid point about Gaza's geography, Hamas possessed an extensive system of tunnels used to shelter and transport fighters. Those are places to hide, commanders, and weapons. It also operated from within a densely populated area. And credible institutional reporting recognizes that Hamas and other armed groups sometimes use civilian areas or objects for military activity. So obviously what Dave is saying is false with regards to not having anywhere to hide. Therefore, Hamas plainly had places and methods of concealment. The more defensible underlying point is that Gaza is extremely dense, sealed off, and lacks a conventional battlefield separated from civilian life. Fighters, military infrastructure, and civilians frequently exist in close proximity. That creates enormous civilian danger, but it does not mean Hamas has no tunnels, bases, weapons, sites, or positions capable of concealment. They are not a military. This is misleading or potentially false, depending on context. Hamas is not the official armed force of a universally recognized sovereign state, but it is unquestionably an organized non-state armed group with a military wing, the Izzeldin al-Qassam Brigades. So it has a military wing. So thousands of organized fighters, command and battalion structures, rockets and mortars, drones, anti-tank weapons, explosives, an extensive tunnel system, planning and logistical capabilities sufficient to conduct coordinated operations across numerous locations. The Congressional Research Service describes Hamas as a military and socio-political movement, and its Qassam brigades as a sophisticated armed organization. International humanitarian law also recognizes organized non-state armed groups as parties to conflict. A force does not cease being military merely because it lacks tanks, uniforms, or sovereign state status. So I think Dave again is wrong about this claim that they are not a military. This idea that they're just people in Gaza, this is rhetorically manipulative because it collapses two different categories. Number one, Hamas members and fighters who are people living in Gaza but may lawfully be targeted when they are members of an organized armed group performing a continuous combat function, and Gaza's civilian population, which is protected and cannot be attacked unless and for such time as particular individuals directly participate in hostilities. Hamas is neither identical to Gaza's population nor somehow non-military because its members are Palestinians living among other Palestinians. The correct distinction is that Hamas is an organized armed group embedded within a larger civilian population that must not be treated as Hamas collectively. Israel blows up civilian targets. This is sometimes true, but too broad as a general description of striking. Independent UN investigations subsequently found that Israeli forces attack civilians and civilian objects, sometimes intentionally or through unlawful, indiscriminate, and disproportionate methods. The UN Commission of Inquiry included that Israel committed war crimes, including intentionally directing attacks against civilians and civilian objects, and that its use of wide area explosive weapons in densely populated districts produced foreseeable mass civilian harm. So Dave's concern cannot simply be dismissed as fictional, because there is a concern here that Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they are tactical. And we're getting more into this. But Israel also struck actual Hamas fighters, command sites, tunnel infrastructure, rocket launchers, and weapons facilities. Those are potentially lawful military objectives. It is therefore false to imply that everything Israel called a military target was merely an ordinary civilian object. All right.
What? And Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they're tactical. It's bullshit. October 13th. Nice.
So Destiny's just hand waving it away as bullshit and then moving on to the next one. He needs more rigor here. He needs to investigate the information in the tweet. We don't just want to scroll by. Speed is not an epistemic virtue, right? Speed is not an epistemic virtue. Taking the time to make sure we are actually dealing with the facts and discerning where Dave's tweet here is factual, false, doing a full assessment of the ethics involved, really important. Most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, Dave says, and whatever isn't doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under a military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault. Let's analyze this tweet. I wonder if there's any instances that we could find where Dave spoke ill of Hamas and what they did on October 7th. That's something I'm going to try and check with my system. Make sure you take one itty bitty second to smash that like button. It just takes a second. Helps bring more people to this process. Thank you kindly. Thank you so kindly. And feel free to say hi in the chat. I like hearing from you. I have to get some of those bots going, I think, for the chat that like give people information, give people links, so I don't have to like manually do it. I'm just a noob, so. Okay. We're going to go to the next one just as my system is loading so I can get more of these tweets loaded up.
Most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, and whatever isn't doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under a military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault.
So, I want to hear Stephen's response to that information. The performative stuff, the lighthearted, teasing way of going about reading it, all good. I think showing high amounts of lightheartedness in your intellectual work in these heated ideological discussions and topics is really important, and healthy posture. But deal with the information. Someone says, when do you plan to put your AI on the market? I mean, what I think I'm going to do instead is just put on my website for free for everyone a memory update prompt that you can give to most AI systems that will end up giving you the Pangburnian epistemic and ethical goods, and just give it away for free. But you can prompt and you can train AI systems to do what I have them doing here. But it does take time, and it takes detailed effort, and it includes self-checking. It includes having the AI prompt take more time to double and triple check by use of many different agents working at the same time to make sure the information is rigorous. If you're interested in what the sources I'm using are for this video, you can find them in the description of this video. Okay, I thought someone was saying something there. Okay, for Dave's tweet, most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, and whatever doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. This is so weird. So just on the surface, most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated. You want to be specific here. It's again general. What specifically is being fabricated? Most of what you're hearing is just dismissal without any of the epistemic goods or the empirical goods that we want to see here. And whatever doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. You'll want to include what some of those things are. Maybe they were included below the tweet. Has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. But Dave's not going to say this if Israel goes in and does something like bombs a structure in Germany and says, well, because of what Germany did to Israelis or Jews over the past 100 years, that means I'm justified in bringing that up. This isn't good well-beingist ethical calculus. So the tweet was posted on October 12th, 2023, 5 days after the attack. The timing matters because some early atrocity stories were genuinely unverified at this time or false, but the central facts of Hamas's attack were already well established. So the claim, most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, that is unsupported and substantially false. Again, like, how many times throughout the past few days here, through the 20 hours of analysis, has Dave been sharing unsupported and substantially false information, i.e. misinformation? I said this at the beginning of the stream, but everyone do keep an eye out on our Discord server for a PDF I'm going to be providing to everyone. Hopefully I'll be able to get it out tonight. I don't know if the last part 3 video, which was an 8-hour live stream, I don't know if the transcript is ready. I've just been waiting for that transcript, but I'm going to compile those first 3 videos that directly dealt with Dave's video. And then we're going to get a sense of how much misinformation really was in that video. And we'll get a full PhD level analysis document that can be just shared around for free, or people can do whatever they want with it. And I think we'll make it available on our website as well. I'll also link to that in some way in the video description and in the pinned comment, all that stuff. So most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated. To establish that most reporting was fabricated, Dave would need to identify a representative body of claims, classify each as true or false, and show that more than half were invented. He doesn't do any of that. By October 12th itself, UN experts were already describing deliberate and widespread killing of civilians. So this was already being reported by UN experts. Attacks on children and older people, hostage taking, more than 1,200 reported Israeli and foreign deaths. This was being reported by UN experts. Maybe Dave's going to argue that he couldn't trust the UN experts, but man, then your conspiracy web is going and, touching the UN experts, and maybe there's some kind of strange anecdote Dave's going to provide to demonstrate how they're in on it too. Like, that's where I am with regards to this strange phenomena of this video that Dave pushed out. The experts simultaneously condemned Israel's attacks and blockade, so this was not merely an Israeli government account. So these experts were also condemning some of Israel's attacks and the blockade. So that should have signaled to someone like Dave, who might be worried about that, that this wasn't like, Israel adjacent accounting. Later investigations confirmed the core atrocities. Human Rights Watch reviewed 280 photographs and videos, interviewed 94 survivors, and investigated dozens of attack sites. It concluded that Hamas-led groups deliberately killed civilians, took hostages, mistreated captives, mutilated bodies, and committed crimes against humanity. My mind is still just whenever I read something like that and Hamas, I get those images and videos in my mind that, when I was researching what was going on, were readily available. And I just, it's horrific. I don't think it's anything that'll ever leave my mind. Civilian murder and hostage taking were central features of the planned assault, not invented Israeli propaganda. Dave did have a narrower valid point. Some widely circulated atrocity stories were false, exaggerated, or insufficiently verified. Again, the 40 beheaded babies, that's part of the wider point that we were talking about. Some reports were false, although some reports being false does not entail most reports about Hamas were fabricated. It sounds like you're engaging in propaganda when you say things like that. Oh man, most of that stuff has been fabricated. I'm like, hold on, what do you mean by most? Where are you getting that information? Can you qualify that for me empirically? Like, if I'm sitting down having a coffee with Dave and he says that, I'm going to say that to him. And then what goods is he going to be able to provide to justify that claim? It's, again, another generalization. This part of the tweet, whatever isn't fabricated, doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Let's look at that. This is a pseudo quantification. Dave never defines what is being measured: deaths, injuries, displacement, imprisonment, land disposition, destruction of property, duration of suffering, legal violations, moral culpability. These harms cannot simply be combined into one numerical quantity called what Israel has done and compared to October 7th as a percentage. So Dave's I think Dave's engaging in rhetoric here. I'm obviously analyzing it. As it said, he might want to say, oh yeah, I was just doing rhetoric. But why was he engaging in this rhetoric? To try and seemingly soften the blow with regards to what Hamas had in fact done and was known and confirmed by members of the UN at this time. If he meant fatalities, by the way, the claim becomes plainly absurd. Approximately 1,200 people were killed on October 7th. For that to represent no more than 0.1%, the corresponding Israeli-caused death toll would have to exceed 1.2 million. This is kind of an expose into Dave's radicalized I think Dave Farina might have put something in my drink. No, I'm kidding, Dave. Why do I think that's going to be used in the next Dave Farina video about me? By the way, Dave, if you're planning on making, a hit piece on me, I really want you to consider that that's going to drive a lot more of your audience towards this fact checking. I'm just saying. And in addition, it will give me another video of yours to do a 20-hour plus fact check on. So take that into consideration. Just saying. So let me read this again. When someone says 0.1%, even if it's rhetorical, whatever. But if he in his mind, he's meaning like fatalities, deaths, the claim becomes plainly absurd. I think it's important to repeat this. Approximately 1,200 people were killed on October 7th. For that to represent no more than 0.1%, the corresponding Israeli-caused death total would have to exceed 1.2 million deaths. No credible casualty record supports anything remotely close to that historical figure. For comparison, B'Tselem recorded 7,398 Palestinians killed by Israeli forces over the 20 years ending in 2009. An extremely serious toll, of course, but nowhere near the amount Dave's arithmetic implies. And this is Professor Dave. I didn't know he was tweeting this stuff out during this time. Although, was I that aware of Professor Dave's channel back then? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, maybe I wasn't on X enough or whatever, but yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Some people are going to say, you're taking Dave too literally. All right. Getting to some super chats here. Errorbot, thank you so much for the super chat. When you do that report, take your time. Let's make this the strongest report that has been on this topic yet. Doing great so far. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be an accurate report of my findings in the video. Thank you so much for the super chat. Keep your Bilsteins says, Travis, did you cover Dave's argument that Ashkenazis are just Europeans, not true Jews? It's an anti-Semitic trope reference to as the Kazakh hypothesis. I want to look up what you just sent me there, because I did of course investigate I went through the whole thing of Dave talking about how Ashkenazis are mainly or majority European. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you very much. Everyone else, feel free to send me a super chat and I will read out your message and or investigate. Okay, where were we at? Okay, that was the 0.1% thing. Okay. Now the part, they're under a military occupation. This was substantially correct with legal nuance concerning Gaza after 2005. The West Bank, including East Jerusalem, has unquestionably been under Israeli occupation since 1967. Israel withdrew permanent ground forces and settlers from Gaza in 2005, but the ICRC continued to regard Gaza as occupied because Israel retained key elements of authority over its borders, airspace, territorial waters, population movement, and other governmental functions. The ICJ later found that Israel continued exercising important elements of authority and therefore retained occupation law obligations commensurate with the control. So Dave is identifying real and legally significant context. But occupation does not alter the protected status of Israeli civilians. International humanitarian law allows resistance to occupation only within the laws of war. It does not permit deliberately killing civilians, taking hostages, or torturing captives, like Hamas did. This claim, the radicalization is Israel's fault. This is false as a complete explanation and morally evasive when stated absolutely. There is good evidence that prolonged exposure to military violence, humiliation, dispossession, and perceived threat can increase military and reduce support for peace among Palestinians. Panel research involving Israelis and Palestinians found that exposure to political violence increased psychological distress and threat perception, which in turn reduced willingness to compromise. Other research found that exposure to the 2014 Gaza war predicted increased support for militancy among some Palestinians. Research on the second Intifada also found that Israeli violence, particularly collateral harm to civilians, shifted Palestinian opinion away from moderation, although that effect was sometimes temporary. So a defensible statement would be Israeli occupation, blockade, violence, and dispossession have contributed significantly to Palestinian radicalization. But Dave's categorical formulation erases other causes and actors. Hamas emerged from the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, developed its own Islamist nationalist ideology, made strategic choices to attack civilians, received substantial external assistance from Iran and Hezbollah, maintained an authoritarian apparatus that arrested and tortured Palestinian critics. Those are not simply mechanical outputs generated by Israel. The correct causal picture is multi-level. Israeli oppression creates conditions conducive to rage and militancy. Hamas leaders then organize, indoctrinate, finance, and direct that militancy towards particular political and military ends. Israel may bear substantial causal responsibility for the environment. Hamas still bears moral and legal responsibility for the actions it chooses. One more time, Dave. Hamas still bears moral and legal responsibility for the actions it chooses. Explanation is not exoneration. Okay. Now, the super chat that was given to me says, Travis, did you cover Dave's argument that Ashkenazis are just Europeans, not true Jews? It's an anti-Semitic trope in reference to the Kazakh hypothesis. The commenter is directionally right, but inaccurately describes Dave's exact argument. Dave does not explicitly say Ashkenazi Jews are not true Jews, and he does not explicitly invoke the Khazar hypothesis, but he does advance a closely related delegitimizing argument that Ashkenazi Jews are essentially European, are not Semites, are not genuinely from the Middle East, and conceal this fact to support Zionist territorial claims. In the video, Dave says, among other things, that Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews are not Semites. Ashkenazi Jews are way more European than Middle Eastern. Their Middle Eastern ancestry was diluted, and they are now largely European. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from. And Israel restricts ancestry testing because authorities do not want citizens discovering that they are not Middle Eastern. He still calls them Jews. So the quote, Dave says they are not true Jews, is an interpretive summary, not the exact quotation. So commenter and super chat giver on YouTube, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I think you want to clean up what you heard there, because I don't think it's dealing with the precise claim Dave was making. Is this the Khazar hypothesis? Not precisely. The Khazar hypothesis is the specific claim that Ashkenazi Jews descend predominantly from Turkic Khazars who converted to Judaism in or around the Caucasus during the medieval period, rather than substantially from ancient Levantine Jewish populations. Dave does not mention the Khazars' Turkic ancestry or a Caucasian origin. His claim is instead that Ashkenazi Jews became predominantly European through centuries of admixture. So you might want to say, though, that Dave's broader rhetorical use overlaps with the modern Khazar trope. Both arguments are frequently deployed to portray Ashkenazi Jews as foreign imposters who falsely claim Jewish continuity and a historical connection to the Levant. The Khazar theory has often been weaponized in precisely this fake Jews from somewhere else form. So, do I need to go through the genetics again? I already went through the actual genetics of this in the other videos, so I think we can skip doing that because I already did cover it extensively. But yeah, just a little update for the commenter. Yeah, but again, I don't think you would be unjustified in saying that the broader rhetorical use does overlap with the modern Khazar trope. I think you're justified in saying that. And I think that is true, demonstrably true. Here's the quote. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for being with me. I will respond to any super chats. Okay, I got another one here. Thank you so much for the super chat by Dewey. Sorry, as a Canadian that uses U.S. social media companies, I don't want Israel gaining access to its intelligence. I'm comfortable with others, not them. Let's deal with that. So you say, sorry, as a Canadian that uses U.S. social media companies, I don't want Israel getting access to its intelligence. Why wouldn't you want Israel getting access to its intelligence? Dewey, I would want to hear you expand on that. I'm comfortable with others, not them. What others are you comfortable with? When we make claims like this, when you say, I don't want Israel getting access to its intelligence, the most important part is missing. Well, the proposition's important, but why you believe this, why you don't want this to happen. That's important. We'll try to get back to Dewey at some point. The proposed expansion of U.S.-Israel intelligence cooperation would require the U.S. government to enhance sharing with Israel in areas including terrorism, cybersecurity threats, sanctions, evasion, adversarial technology, and regional military threats. It does not, on its face, grant Israel unrestricted access to Meta, Google, X, or other American platforms' private user database, nor does it specifically authorize access to Canadian user accounts. So you're saying you wouldn't want this to happen. I'm more curious as to why. Don't just say reasons that Dave highlighted. I want to know what's going on in your own thinking. Like, Dewey, I really want to know what's going on in your mind. Not Dave's mind. I've already spent 20 hours on Dave's mind. But what are the specific things you would list there? I promise we're going to continue here. All right. Sorry, I just got, there we go.
Haha! Minimize non-combatant casualties? Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil? They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop. You're ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking originated by Israel. Also, I don't know why they say... I know why. It's not... He should be in prison with a death sentence, so stop shitting your pants. I wonder who that's about. The president of AIPAC.
I need this one.
Is that me? Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza. What? And Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they're tactical. It's bullshit. October 13th. Nice. Most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, and whatever isn't doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under a military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault.
All right. We have another tweet to deal with here. So the tweet says, haha, minimize non-combatant casualties. Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. pre-planned evil. They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop. You're ridiculous. Okay. Very quick bathroom break. Take me 2 seconds. First, we'll read Dewey's response. For reasons of criticism of Israeli state against Palestinians, Epstein and foreign policy. So you don't want Israel gaining access to U.S. social media intelligence for reasons of criticism of Israeli state against Palestinians. Why are you worried about Israel seeing your criticisms of the Israeli state against Palestinians? Why are you worried about that? What do you think's driving that worry? And what is the Epstein part and foreign policy? They may have been involved in Africa. You're being very like not nondescript here, but I'll try to make something out of what you sent me. Okay, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Thank you so much. I love you all. 1 minute or less. And I totally washed my hands. And now you're just saying I'm talking about stuff like in Somalia. You got to be like, it just sounds like you're kind of throwing words out there, my brother. Not trying to misgender anyone. Okay. Dealing with Dave's tweet here. So the tweet is, haha, minimize non-combatant casualties. Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does that. Does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil. They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop. You're ridiculous. This was posted on October 10th, 3 days after the terrorist attack, which was led by Hamas. Dave mocks the proposition that, let's see here. I mean, I've seen good evidence just off the top of my head before I get to the reading that Israel does make efforts to minimize non-combatant casualties. Dave says that's naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did, fly in like a raid and murder innocent people at a festival and continue to murder more people, rape and take hostages. I'm not convinced of that right off the bat. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Okay, let's look. Israel does issue warnings, telephone occupants distribute evacuation instructions, select precision guided weapons, cancel or delay attacks because civilians are present. Those practices are relevant evidence that some operational precautions exist. But they, of course, do not prove that Israel consistently complied with international law. Warnings may be inadequate, civilians may have nowhere safe to flee, and precision weapons can still be directed unlawfully or used disproportionately. Amnesty subsequently investigated Israeli strikes conducted between October 7th and 12th and found attacks that failed to take feasible precautions, were indiscriminate, or may have been directed at civilian objects. So, accepting Israel's general claim that it seeks to minimize casualties without any critical lens, that there might be cases where they have failed to do that, would obviously be naive. But claiming it never literally takes place would just be a false claim. So Israel routinely does what Hamas did. Israel had a documented history before October 7th of killing civilians through unlawful, indiscriminate, and disproportionate operations. On October 10th itself, Amnesty later documented several devastating attacks. Let's see. Oh, someone asked, "Hi, did your comment get deleted?" I think it got hidden. I think my comment got hidden under Dave's video, because apparently no one else can see it. But it garnered something like 30 likes before it got hidden, I think, because when I look at it now, it's got like 30 or 33 likes. Sorry. So if Dave means by what Hamas did, like Israel routinely conducts planned ground incursions whose operational purpose includes entering civilian communities, personally executing civilians, and taking them hostage, then obviously the equivalence is unsupported. The October 7th operation included organized attacks on civilian communities, mass summary killings, and hostage taking. Independent investigations concluded that deliberate attacks on civilians were central, not incidental, to the Hamas-led assault. Israeli airstrikes that unlawfully or recklessly kill families may be war crimes and morally atrocious, but they are not automatically identical in method or demonstrated intent to fighters deliberately searching homes, shooting civilians at close range, and abducting hostages. Dave says they have a military occupation of Palestine. That was substantially correct. Yeah. What's the next slide?
Haha! Minimize non-combatant casualties? Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil? They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop being ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here, but holy shit. Anyway. Based.
A fabrication.
So Destiny fails to say why he's unhinged there. I think he's relying, like, as someone who's got a public platform like this, you want to say like why you think he's unhinged. You know, there are members of Destiny's audience that might just be like, just trusting him in what he's saying about, oh yeah, those are obviously unhinged. But when it comes to educating the public, we want to not just dictate things in our reactions to things we're reading. We want to tell why we feel the way we feel. We want to give our justifications. We want to do good, sound epistemic practice and set an example for people. I think that's the good and righteous thing to do.
Of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographs.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But this claim was not originated by Israel. It was I think it was somebody said Channel 4. Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
yeah, who started the beheaded baby? Who started the beheaded babies rumors? It's much easier to type beheaded babies when I know that part was a rumor. How's the debate going in the chat? Deadleys says, I offered a debate with Destiny and Dave, and Dave said no, he doesn't debate genocide. Yeah, so I did make a couple offers. One of them included that I believe we could raise, $1 million without too much trouble, probably much more than that. Which is a lot of people on X are freaking out under the comment section on an email I shared that I sent to Hassan's team where I mentioned, I think, as a charity event, getting Destiny and Hassan together, we could raise at least $5 million to have them on stage together. And some people are like, that's a sick thing to do. It's like, do people not realize that charity events are raise some of the most amounts of donations in a single evening that in recorded history? It's a big thing, like boxing charity events, these things. This is the same thing I want to see us doing in the intellectual community. In situations where people feel like it's impossible, I would never agree to share the stage with that person. It's just so beneath me. But what if we could, raise $5 million for Palestinian children? Surely the righteous and good thing to do there is to do that. Doesn't mean you have to put all your differences aside or anything. You can sit on stage and I mean, do whatever you want, but I'm just saying that we can raise a lot of money for good things if people agree to do events like this, especially the people really want to see in the same room together, like Destiny and Hassan. And if they say, well, I'm not going to do it unless I see the money first, I can set up a GoFundMe or one of those sites. We can get it up to $5 million and then we can do it. If you need to see the money first, no problem. No problem. Why would we not want to do this to send a whole pile of money that would go a long way to help Palestinian children? It's just ridiculous. I don't see any good argument. It's like, oh, Travis, that's a manipulative thing to do. I mean, that's like a negative utilitarian suffering avoidance calculus way to view that. It's just an opportunity that I'm presenting where it's like, well, they could just do it on their own. Okay, then do it. You don't need to use me. You don't need to just do it. All right. The 40 beheaded babies rumor did not originate from one clearly identified person deliberately inventing the exact sentence. It emerged through a chain of unverified Israeli military testimony, live reporting, social media conflation, and official amplification. The traceable origin. On October 10th, 2023, the IDF brought journalists into Kibbutz Kfar Aza. I-24 News correspondent Nicole Zedek reported that Israeli soldiers had told her they encountered babies with their heads cut off. She also posted that one of the commanders said babies' heads had been cut off. In a separate report, she said soldiers believed approximately 40 babies or children had been killed. Zedek did not herself report that 40 babies had been beheaded. One identifiable commander interviewed by I-24 News that day was IDF Reserve Officer David Zion, who alleged that attackers had cut off the heads of children and women. However, it is not firmly established that he supplied every claim Zedek repeated or that he originated the specific number 40, how it became 40 beheaded babies. Social media users merged two separate propositions. Number one, approximately 40 babies or children were reportedly killed. Number two, soldiers claimed that some babies or children had been decapitated. These became the much more specific assertion that Hamas beheaded 40 babies. Factcheck.org and PolitiFact both concluded that this formulation appears to have resulted from the conflation rather than from Zedek explicitly saying she had confirmed 40 beheaded infants. Among the early amplifiers were viral TikTok and X accounts, actor Noah Schnapp, who told millions of followers that 40 babies had been beheaded and burned. Ugh. Yeah, that's really irresponsible. International news outlets repeating the underlying beheading allegation. Israeli military and government spokespeople, the official State of Israel social media account, President Joe Biden, who falsely implied that he had seen confirmed photographs before the White House clarified that he had relied on media and Israeli reports. That's to falsely imply that he had seen confirmed photographs with regards to something like this is really bad. There was a rumor that originated in unverified testimony from Israeli soldiers during an IDF organized press visit, was first broadcast prominently by Israeli media and was subsequently amplified by Israeli officials and international political figures. This was this idea that this was an Israeli government fabrication, but there's no publicly established evidence of a central Israeli government meeting in which officials knowingly invented the exact 40 beheaded babies story as a coordinated deception. All right. Jared said, you don't even know if Dave ever received an offer for a debate and refused. Jared, I don't know who you're talking to. You might be talking to me. I am the one who offered Dave the debate on a couple occasions. And Dave refused. I will actually paraphrase the email responses from Dave. I don't like bleeding out actual emails and verbatim into the public. But let me find. It's not that far down because all of this kind of just happened, right? So on July 27th, there was an opportunity to bring Dave. He I emailed him and he responded. There was an opportunity to bring Dave for kind of a part of a lecture tour we were recently talking about doing together, up to Vancouver. And I mentioned that I have Destiny and some other people there debating, but we could do his event beforehand. And he said, he said some things about Destiny, but he didn't want to be affiliated whatsoever with Destiny. And then I said, after I saw the video, I said, epic video. Looks like it will go viral. I'm likely going to do my own response video. I said, I think there is a big opportunity to raise money for Palestinian children by bringing you guys together for a debate. I know you already said no to this, but maybe the fundraising might change your mind. I think we could raise $1 million. And he shut that down. He refused that offer. And then later on, after Dave had seen an initial fact check I did for his from the transcript of the video he released, he had, he emailed me at nearly 2:30 in the morning my time and said a bunch of stuff about Destiny and how, he thought my fact checking of his transcript was BS. He also said that he wouldn't show up for an imaginary $1 million I claim I could raise, when really you think about, like, I mean, I use my Pangburn AI systems to come up with some of these estimates. This would be a number that would easily be able to be raised by our three platforms, by the Pangburn platform, the Destiny platform, and by Professor Dave platform. This would be very easy for us to raise $1 million. So it's not imaginary. It's well within the scope of what we could raise for this. And then Dave said he wasn't going to be able to work with me moving forward. So guess he really didn't like my video. All right. Someone said Dave's best debate was with a better skilled partner, Debunk the Funk. Yeah, we produced that debate. It was Professor Dave, Debunk the Funk, and both of those guys. Debunk the Funk is, of course, Dr. Dan Wilson. Love Dan Wilson's work. And they went against Steve Kirsch and Pierre Corey, who are pretty hardcore leaders in the anti-vaccine community. Someone said 3 large channels easily, don't need AI to see that. Yeah, but AI, better than any human being, can pull together all the mathematics, statistics, relatable fundraising that's been done and give you actual quantified empirical data to go off of, as opposed to just like, doing that. All right. Well, on to the next bit.
evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most...
And remember, everyone, before I already did 20 hours on the original Dave video. So today, for anyone who's just joining now, and by the way, thank you so much for joining. Make sure you smash that like button. But for anyone who's joining now, we are focusing specifically on Destiny's claims or materials Destiny provides. Like we just spent a lot of time going through tweets there.
Brutal manner imaginable.
People don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say...
Let's check that.
Say that people say that fuck, I just mind fucked myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like 1 or 2 bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on it much.
Behind the scenes.
When he says all of them are consistent on this position, I think he's talking about, like, obviously all of them is going to be incorrect, are consistent on this position. I want to investigate what percentage of pro-Palestinian read that rape happened on October 7th. So yeah, Stephen's more accurate here. So legally, the Israeli military occupation is nearly 60 years old, not 75. So I don't know where Dave's getting the 75 answer. So yeah, Stephen's correct on that. What I want to see is what percentage of pro-Palestinian anti-Israel lobby agree that rape happened on October 7th. Curious about that.
Clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges this. Even Amnesty International. Everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted.
Thanks, honey. Ooh, I got a little dinner delivery from my sweetie. I'll try not to eat like an ape. Even though we are all apes. What did Stephen just say there?
Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucked myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like 1 or 2 bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on it much.
A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth...
By the way, I'm having some Chinese food tonight. And I am in Oaxaca, Mexico. We can get Chinese food here. A little beef with rice. Very yummy.
Birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges this. Even Amnesty International. Everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al-Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations, and there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital, or in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
let's bring up the hospital stuff again. Oh, there's no data about this. A Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey research poll in March 2024 found that, what happened to my other window? There we go. Sorry. Found that 91% of Palestinians said Hamas had not committed atrocities on October 7th, while only about 9% accepted that atrocities occurred. Wow. 91% of Palestinians in this poll said Hamas had not committed atrocities on October 7th. Wowzers. Now, the tunnel networks, right? We talked about this. The hospitals are not, from what I can remember from when we just went through this, the hospitals were not connected by this mass network, tunnel network from tunnel to tunnel, and they weren't these bases as sometimes described. We're going to look at the information again here. So I want to get that right. But there was some misinformation about precisely what was found in these particular, tunnel systems and how they are connected to the hospitals.
Hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner...
People say this. Where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively pally slop. You can tell this too because
This is going to take longer than I thought going through this video. It's almost certainly not the case that it was exclusively pally slop or Palestinian propaganda, right? I'm just looking into that. Wait, did that freeze? Ooh, my computer had to kick into another gear. Yeah, so just to summarize, because we've already been through this in great detail, some Gaza hospitals were used for military purposes, like we went through, and tunnel infrastructure was found at or beneath at least Al-Shifa. But the sweeping claim that Gaza's hospitals generally were proven to be Hamas military bases is unsupported. But let's see what I want to go back a little bit here. Ooh, was that too far?
He should be in prison with a death sentence, so stop shitting your pants. I wonder who that's about. The president of AIPAC. I don't even know who that is. Is that me? Hamas doesn't have anywhere to hide. They are not a military. They're just people in Gaza. What? And Israel blows up civilian targets, simply claiming they're tactical. It's bullshit. October 13th. Nice. Most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, and whatever isn't doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under a military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault. Haha! Minimize non-combatant casualties? Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil? They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop being ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here, but holy shit. Anyway, based.
A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographs.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But this claim was not originated by Israel. It was I think it was a, somebody said Channel 4. Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
Graphic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
people don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucked myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on it much.
So the one or two bad apples. I want to go back to this. So eventually Steve's going to make the claim that it was exclusively Palestinian or Pali slop propaganda after October 7th. Nothing from and then, yeah, that was part of my question. The post-October 7th information environment contained propaganda, misinformation, selective framing from Hamas, pro-Palestinian accounts, the Israeli government, pro-Israel organizations, and countless unaffiliated social media users. It is also important not to equate Hamas propaganda with Palestinian propaganda. Many misleading posts attributed to Palestinians came from anonymous accounts, foreign activists, or engagement farmers whose identities were unknown. Documented Israeli misinformation and propaganda. So one of the clearest examples was the 40 beheaded babies story. Hamas did murder children on October 7th, but the specific 40 babies had been beheaded was never substantiated. It originated through reporting based on Israeli soldier statements and was amplified, as we already went through. An Arabic language spokesperson for the Israeli Prime Minister's office, Afir Gendelman, posted a video claiming Palestinians were applying theatrical wounds to a child and fooling the international media. The footage actually came from a set of fictional short film filmed in Lebanon, not from Gazans staging war casualties. He later deleted the post. The Israeli military also produced highly polished presentations concerning Hamas infrastructure beneath hospitals. There is evidence that Hamas used Al-Shifa for some military purposes and brought hostages through it. However, a Washington Post examination found that Israel's publicly released evidence did not substantiate the much more extensive command and control complex depicted in its original presentation. By the way, all this stuff needs to be adjudicated professionally by international court for us to really feel epistemically confident that we know, what's going on. It's not that any of these reports are all incorrect, but it's just there might be counter evidence that we're not seeing when, say, the Washington Post, when they do their examination, there might be an important piece of evidence missing that maybe Israel has, and maybe they're holding on to for international court. Who knows? This is why it's important as a first principle to be a fallibilist. Fallibilism, from an academic perspective, means that you don't believe that you need knowledge to you don't need any mention of certainty in order to achieve knowledge, or to have knowledge, or to claim knowledge. It's more of a confidence level that gets increased or decreased by ways of things like Bayesian reasoning when it comes into interaction with your acting empirically, or by using science as a way of knowing. So a more colloquial usage of fallibilism will include remaining open to update. It's fallibilism leads you to be more cognitively flexible, which in turn leads you to be more open to update with regards to your beliefs and positions. There was also an extensive Bollywood ecosystem in which real Palestinian casualties were accused of being actors. AFP repeatedly traced supposedly incriminating clips to old films, television productions, training exercises, or unrelated countries. I also think, like, the concept, the term Pallywood, it's very insensitive, lacks moral character, I think, to be using Pallywood in reference to videos that may or may not be depictions of real people being harmed or losing their lives. Or we need to be more conscientious than that. We need to give our full moral consideration to everybody. Hamas and pro-Palestinian propaganda also, of course, existed. Hamas recorded and distributed footage of the October 7th assault and later released highly controlled hostage videos designed to influence Israeli politics and public opinion. That is unmistakably propaganda, even when the footage itself is authentic. Hamas also claimed that its fighters had not intended to harm civilians. Human Rights Watch extensive investigation concluded that killing civilians and taking hostages were part of the operational plan from the outset, directly refuting that narrative. Pro-Palestinian accounts additionally circulated old footage falsely presented as current Gaza footage, video game imagery presented as real combat, unrelated videos from Egypt, Mexico, and other countries, premature or categorical responsibility claims before evidence was available. AFP, AP, and Reuters documented this flood of false and miscaptioned material almost immediately after October 7th. But again, one cannot assume that every account sharing such material was Palestinian or connected to Hamas. So yeah, the claim by Destiny here that this was exclusively, the propaganda was exclusively Pallywood or Palestinian
originated by Israel.
Is wrong.
I think it was a somebody said Channel 4. Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
graphic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
people don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucked myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on it much.
A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges this. Even Amnesty International. Everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations. And there's like
Yeah, Al Shifa, Destiny is right about Al Shifa, but that doesn't make all the other information correct here, and it wasn't proven to be as expansive as once thought by the
tunnels
IDF.
underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital, or in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner.
People say this. Where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively Pally slop. And you can tell this too because these.
It wasn't exclusively Pally slop, so Destiny is wrong about that. We just demonstrated that there was documented Israeli misinformation and propaganda. Something I can see if my system can determine. We'll see if we can determine who engaged in more propaganda. Maybe there's some statistical analysis that can give us a little bit of insight there.
People, by the way, today, people like Professor Dave or Hassan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad like rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people, torturing people and as a base of operations, and there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital, or in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner.
People say this. Where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively Pally slop. And you can tell this too because these people, by the way, today, people like Professor Dave or Hassan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people.
So the claim is that Dave or Hassan, people like Dave and Hassan, people like Dave and Hassan hospital Killed 500 people. Did my computer freeze? We'll check that one. How's everyone doing? You guys hanging in there? We're getting through it. This is probably going to be a multi-episode. If anyone wants me to investigate a claim or read out your comment, I will do so if you send a super chat. Oh yeah, we're going to be, at least probably 2 separate episodes on analyzing Destiny's response here. I will also produce a PhD level report on this with regards to this transcript and the work I'm doing here tonight, and probably a second episode that's specifically analyzing Destiny's accuracy and ethics with regards to his response.
It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket misfire that maybe I think hurt 30 or 40 people or whatever. It was not a fucking missile that hit a parking lot. But this guy and other people will still believe that.
Yeah. So this reminds me of when myself and a few others sat down with Cenk Uygur, and I think this was the case, and I'm going to check all this now, but I think this was the case when, and the video exists, I think on Don Prager's channel. It's probably exists on the Pangburn channel here too somewhere. But there was misinformation Cenk had regarding this hospital bombing on his Twitter account or X account still, and I called him out for it, and it had already been debunked. It was unanimously believed by investigating outlets that this in fact didn't occur, but Cenk still kept the tweet. And I was like, are you, I kept pushing him on it. Are you going to take it down? And he finally said in a frustrating way that, fine, I'll look at it. And I don't know if he ever took it down. I just thought I'd bring up that anecdote because that just struck a memory. Getting some food in me feels good. That's what she said. There we go. Okay, I'm going to get through some super chats here. Wow. $50 super chat from TYP Type. Thank you so much for the super chat. People like Dave act like denying a genocide happening today is the same morally as denying the Holocaust. But the Holocaust happened so long ago and such a large amount of evidence that anyone who researches the topic has every reason to believe it. Let me just go one more time through it. People like Dave act like denying a genocide happening today is the same morally as denying the Holocaust. But the Holocaust happened so long ago and such a large amount of evidence that anyone who researches the topic has every reason to believe it. Yeah, I mean, no one should be denying the Holocaust, and we have literally millions upon millions of pieces of verifiable evidence that prove the intentionality, which is an important part. Oh, one sec, I just got to give my little boy a kiss. It's time for bed. Hey, sweetie, you got your corn. You gonna have a good sleepy? Corn. I love you. You have a good sleepy, okay? Yeah, so millions of pieces of evidence demonstrating the intentionality behind the Holocaust. So far, I haven't seen one piece of evidence demonstrating the intentionality of Israel carrying out a genocide. But that doesn't mean that evidence doesn't exist. But this is why we need an international court to adjudicate this. So yeah, I mean, during World War II, the genocide started becoming more clear once concentration camps and mass graves started being uncovered. I believe it was first by Russia. Russia delivered the information over to, I think, the U.S., and then the U.S. Responded with, I don't, they weren't like just believing it offhand. They needed to see it for themselves, and then eventually they came upon their own evidences. So then, then eventually, once, these kind of claims by some Nazi officials saying that, like, no, I mean, those Jews died of starvation and typhus and things like this, that didn't work anymore once they uncovered millions of pieces of evidence that demonstrated intentionality to mass murder the Jewish people, 6 million. So yeah, but it really does come down to when we're looking at the kind of evidence we need to demonstrate, like from an international court perspective, the intentionality to commit genocide, to destroy a people, right? That has to be demonstrated. Germ says, not sure if this matters or you can do anything about it, but we can overhear your family in the background, even specific words, just letting you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, I'm eventually going to have a different setup because I am going to be live streaming more. Really appreciate, things will get a little quieter now that my toddler is going to bed, but my newborn will probably still continue to serenade you with her beautiful crying in the background, at least for some of this. But I really thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that. And Germ, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Deep appreciation. So on October 17th, there was an explosion at Al Hali Arab Hospital. Destiny just made a criticism regarding Hassan. He said people like Hassan and Dave. That they are still believing misinformation about the Al Ali Arab Hospital. What the evidence now indicates, Gaza's health ministry immediately blamed an Israeli airstrike and initially reported roughly 500 deaths, later giving a figure of 471. The explosion actually occurred in a paved courtyard parking area inside the hospital compound, where displaced civilians were sheltering, not through the main hospital building. Subsequent investigations strongly favored an errant Palestinian rocket. So Human Rights Watch found that the crater, sound, fragmentation, and fire damage were consistent with a rocket-propelled munition commonly used by Palestinian armed groups and inconsistent with a large Israeli airdropped bomb. It nevertheless said the launcher could not be conclusively identified without munition remnants, and a proper investigation. Canadian military intelligence concluded with a high degree of confidence that Israel did not cause the explosion and that an errant rocket fired from Gaza was more likely. The British government reached essentially the same conclusion based on intelligence and weapons analysis. The 500 figure was also never independently verified. HRW noted that the hospital director estimated closer to 250, while available photographs showed approximately 65 to 75 body bags, although those images could not establish a complete final count. Therefore, the responsible conclusion here is a Palestinian rocket misfire is considerably more likely than an Israeli airstrike, while the exact casualty count remains uncertain and was probably below 500. Hassan did exactly what Destiny is criticizing in substance. In his initial broadcast, Hassan declared an Israeli airstrike hit the Al Hali hospital. When someone urged him to change the title because the IDF might not have bombed it, he responded with complete certainty, yes, it did. It absolutely did. 2 days later, Piers Morgan challenged him about reaching that conclusion prematurely. Hassan conceded that more information had emerged, but continued to argue that Israel remained the likeliest culprit and refused to accept the alternative without an on-site third-party investigation. That was kind of where Cenk Uygur was at as well when I challenged him on this, bringing back some memories. So Destiny is justified in using Hassan as an example of reckless breaking news certainty. Hassan had understandable contextual reasons for suspecting Israel. Israel was heavily bombing Gaza. Israeli aircraft were nearby, and the hospital had previously suffered damage. But suspicion did not justify declaring the conclusion certain before the evidence was examined. So we have verified that Hassan attributed the explosion unequivocally to Israel. We don't have independently verified information that Hassan personally used the exact 500 killed figure in the same statement, though it was the figure being reported and circulated at the time. What about Dave? Doesn't seem to be any evidence that Dave said that Israel bombed Al Hali and killed 500 people. Dave certainly expressed sweeping distrust toward Israeli sentiment, but that is not the same as proving he made this specific false claim. So it's important we don't, like Dave may have said this, maybe Dave still believes this, but do we have evidentiary warrant to utter Dave's name in the same breath as Hassan with regards to this issue? Doesn't seem to be the case. So yeah, like it's not precise, but is it defensible to say like people like Professor Dave and Hassan will claim it's defensible as a general characterization of political tendency, but not as a demonstrable factual attribution to Dave personally? Yeah, I mean, and I'll have to listen to it one more time. If Stephen is saying people like Hassan and Dave,
like rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile that hit a parking lot. Like, but this guy, that's what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil. They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop being ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here, but holy shit. Anyway, based.
A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographs.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But this claim was not originated by Israel. It was I think it was a, somebody said Channel 4? Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
Graphic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
People don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people, because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucked myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. There's never really pushed on it much.
A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges this. Even Amnesty International. Everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations. And there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital in such a way that they obviously knew they were.
Sorry, I went back too far.
Several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner.
People say this. Where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively pally slop. You can tell this too because these people, by the way, today. People like Professor Dave or Hassan will still tell you that big hospital.
Yeah, he said people like Professor Dave or Hassan. So I understand the rhetoric. I didn't find evidence that Professor Dave held this position, but Hassan was someone who was holding this position. I wonder what Hassan's view on it is today.
Bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad like rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile that hit a parking lot. Like, but this guy and other people will still believe that it was an Israeli JDAM. Yeah.
Support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who is getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who is getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
I was shitting.
So let's look at who is getting paid. Remember, we already went through this. There were people, influencers, getting paid, right? Where was that? I had it here. I don't know where that went. Here. Yeah, there were actually people getting paid.
Mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th. It was exclusively pally slop. You can tell this too because these people, by the way, today, people like Professor Dave or Hassan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad like rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile that hit a parking lot. Like, but this guy and other people will still believe that it was an Israeli JDAM. Yeah.
Support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who is getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who is getting paid for this? Source? Nope.
I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended.
Imagine getting suspended for anti-Semitism on a fucking neo-Nazi platform. That's crazy. That's wild to me.
People all...
Yeah, I still don't know. We don't know the exact reasons, and I did do a investigation, kind of a deep dive into this. We don't know the exact reasons as to why Dave was kicked off, but I was able to find some tweets where he was saying like, this person needs to be punched in the face, that person needs to be punched in the face. So like inciting violence might have been one of the things. Maybe it was anti-Semitism. Okay, I'm finally done eating, so you guys won't have to deal with my chewing or anything else. I don't know if you guys have been having to hear that. All right, super chat from Zoe's Voice. Is that Zoe from our Discord channel? I think it is. Maybe. It looks like her. My concern is that Destiny is saying this to dismiss the idea that Israel targets hospitals at all. This is a problem. My concern is that Destiny is saying this to dismiss. I don't think there's any evidence that he's saying this. I know you have that concern, but you're worried that he's saying this for that reason. And yeah, it's just not true. And we've been through that fact checking. Israel has targeted hospitals that they're going to argue that these were viable military targets, right? But again, like, these are the kinds of things that the ICJ, International Court, needs to sort out. But if he does, dismiss that idea that Israeli targets hospitals at all, it'll be easy to debunk that, because we have an overwhelming amount of evidence that that's not the case. If you want to hang out with Zoe, I'm gonna use Zoe to drive people to our Discord server. No, I'm kidding, Zoe. All love. But Zoe, I believe this is Zoe, is a member of the Pangburn Discord server. Please come and join us on Discord. It's where you'll get the most one-on-one interaction with myself over voice chat and through text chat. It's also where I practice where my philosophical coaching practice happens. So if you're interested in one-on-one philosophical coaching with myself, you can get in touch with me by emailing me at travis@pang-burn.com, or you can DM me on Discord. Philosophical coaching is not therapy. It's not, it's nothing to do with your, like, the doctoral care that should be done by, headed up by your family doctor and things that psychologists would have to deal with for you, professional practitioners. This is more about dealing with the ideas related to things like meaning in your life, helping become, a quote unquote better thinker, enriching your epistemic standards, your articulability of your ideas, become a better debater, carve out ethical quests for yourself that will help drive meaning in your life. All these kinds of things we deal with in one-on-one sessions in my philosophical coaching practice. So yeah, anyone's welcome to check in on that. All right. Thanks for being with me, everyone. And thank you so much for the super chats. I really appreciate that. They will be used to buy diapers. Not for me, of course. Not for me. Okay, what was I generating there? I was generating something. Okay, so the best documented Israeli paid influencer campaign did not publicly identify the influencers. So the Esther Project, U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act filings show that Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs, through Havas Media Germany and a firm called Bridges Partners, budgeted up to $900,000 in 2025 to recruit approximately 14 to 18 US-based influencers to create pro-Israel content. The influencers were expected to produce material for Instagram, TikTok, and other platforms. So Destiny, he was being paid. And that means he's a Zionist. That means he's connected to Israel. That means he's equal to a Nazi. No, I'm kidding. Destiny, I'm sorry you didn't make the cut between the 14 to 18 US-based influencers. Boom. No, but it is the case. There was a budget and people were paid. The frequently repeated $7,000 per post figure is an estimate derived from the campaign budget. The anticipated number of posts and administrative cost, $7,000 per post? Like what? Like X post? Man, I would have to post. So we're planning on building the first Pangburn education center in northern Uganda near Gulu City in sub-Saharan Africa. It's one of the projects we have that is it's a slow burning project, but it's getting there. But it's going to cost us about $40,000 to build the small kind of schools, large garden, solar panels, wells, toilet facilities that we're planning on doing, but those are going to cost about $40,000 Canadian. And for you rich Americans out there, USD to CAD, $40,000. That's just under $30,000. So like, how many posts would I have to make? Like, man, we're talking like 4 posts. And then we can build a school. I was never offered this deal, although they might not like what I have to post if I start fact checking and giving my ethical perspectives that don't coincide with the messaging, but whatever. The records do not show that every influencer literally received exactly $7,000 for each post. A more careful range is approximately $6,000 to $7,400 per post. What? That's crazy money. The known organizers were Yuri Steinberg and Yair Levy, owners of Bridges Partners, Nadav Strachler, a former officer in the IDF spokesperson's unit who assisted the campaign. Havas, that's very close to Hamas. Havas Media Germany, acting as an intermediary for Israel's foreign minister. But as of July 2026, the 14 to 18 individual influences remain officially unidentified. Public Citizen and the Quincy Institute asked the U.S. Justice Department to compel disclosure, arguing that the influencers appeared to be operating as unregistered foreign agents. We therefore should not accuse particular pro-Israel commentators of belonging to this program merely because their messaging resembles it. This is well documented. There are influencers. So sounds like Destiny doesn't know about this.
Worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was...
Let's see, the smears. It's quite disappointing to read Dave's content. He's someone I follow for a long time, and it's disheartening to see someone who claims to be scientist diving into conspiracy theories without taking the time to understand the actual facts. Regrettably, I've chosen not to follow him. Damn! Oh my god, the smear! It's so disappointing to read. Dave explains. He's someone I follow for a long time, and it's a bit sad that someone who calls himself a scientist falls into conspiracy theories and doesn't bother to learn the facts. Unfortunately, I follow. Holy shit! I find it disheartening to read Dave's content, despite being long. Oh my god, are these bots actually?
I don't think Destiny realized to begin with there at first glance like that these are just like hyper similar comments.
These kind of read like bots.
Terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine. Regrettably, they must unfollow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing. They do this all the time. You can all
remember everyone today, because I did the 20 hours on Dave's video already, I'm focusing primarily on Destiny's reaction.
Always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy.
I hate both of these motherfuckers. I don't even know who these two down here are.
Don't spread hate, Destiny. Don't hate people. Hate their ideas. Target the ideas. Don't target people. He probably finds that annoying, but yeah, it's more virtuous to do that. When you give your full moral consideration to someone, that shouldn't accompany personal attacks. It doesn't mean that you can't attack their ideas, but I think that's much wiser.
These guys literally have it tagged that these are paid tweets, but okay.
You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can. Optics are everything, and
Where they lost on every single platform, by the way. Damn.
even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and
This is like a hardcore flashback of all the information we went through in the past 2 days. Now I'm hearing it in like, you know, one and a half speed. I think Steve's playing
activists like John Cusack.
By the way, like there's so many claims going by that Destiny's not addressing. You know, that little section there for about, 25 seconds of video would have taken us, 25 minutes or 30 minutes to go through.
Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers? How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Antisemitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they target, doxing them and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube...
So, listening to something at this speed and playing a computer game at the same time isn't an epistemic posture I would prescribe. I know that the problem I have with it, like I understand Destiny is a gaming streamer, and there's a combination of things happening in this kind of culture, and it's fun. I think it's cool. It's interesting, but it's not a good, sound way to rigorously determine fact from fiction, right from wrong, good from bad, if we want to look at ethics as well. It's better to slow down so that we can be more accurate in spreading the right information out there. It's not a race. Epistemology is not a race. Empiricism is not a race. We need to. What's most important is getting a true picture of reality as it actually is. So this combination of the gaming, the ultra speed delivery of the information in the video. If you blink or sneeze, you're going to miss some important things. So yeah, and maybe this just means more people out there need to be doing this kind of analysis like we're doing here.
YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough,
there was a post on the sub about how that TikTok he just showed of an Israeli bot farm with some Korean advertising company based. Was it a Jewish Korean though?
Going to talk a lot about how awful Israel.
Twisted Mind Man sent me a beautiful message. Thank you for the $1 super chat. Message retracted. Yeah, I agree with you. Message retracted. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I don't know what it said. Maybe it was something terrible. But thank you for the $1 super chat. Really appreciate it. I don't even know if it registered, but whatever. Thank you. Thank you.
Is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis.
Jesus Christ!
Ironically, the level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites.
Someone in the chat just said, to be fair to him, none of these claims are new. I don't know if that's true, if none of these claims are new. But I mean, he did get some of the facts wrong with regards to these claims that he did respond to. And, you know, he has chosen to challenge some of the claims, but a lot of these other claims he's just letting go by. And my question is that because he's doing more stuff in the game, or you know, this is why I don't think this isn't an epistemic posture I would prescribe to people.
But the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support
It's good to kill babies.
that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
לגמור כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים, זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו לא בתים.
שאני מבין במקומות שלנו, עם הפרעים האלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ היא שייכת אך ורק.
We need to do the Patrick Bateman thing now, like, I want to see Hamas's videos. Let's see Hamas's videos.
לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ מהרוכבי הגמלים.
I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea.
What?
For a video like this, that is a you know, particularly targeting him from a well-known creator that's you know, I think Destiny probably would understand that this is going to get a lot of views on his channel. It might be wise to treat it with due seriousness. It doesn't mean you don't take it lightheartedly, because I really like Stephen's posture here in taking it lightheartedly. But the epistemic posture, paying attention to the information, you know, like he kind of started out, he was challenging things, but now he's kind of just letting it roll.
ICC warrant, by the way, that guy.
אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה, וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר. אין בלתי מעורבים. כל מי שיעמוד בפניו וירצה לחבל במדינת ישראל, כולל אם הם שכחו ילדים.
I gotta say this again, for some people in the chat. I'm not analyzing Dave's video right now. That was done for 2 days. There's 20 hours of content of me analyzing Dave's specific video. What I am doing today, and those videos are available in the live section of the channel here. What I'm doing today is simply focusing on Destiny's reaction to the video.
The very article I just cited corrected the number and the fact that he mentioned. A lot of these things are like half-truths or like crazy people that are interviewing. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked that up before. I think he was explicitly referring to Hamas when they were going into fight there. This was said, like, I think within a week or two, I think after the war began.
So Destiny did reference that he believes that a lot of these things being said are half-truths. Yeah, not only half-truths, but false, just purely false things being said, as we discovered through our extensive video analysis. So it's good that he gave an opinion on that, but yeah, it's a general opinion, but it's correct.
Because I think that quote made it into the South African case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into the source of that quote, and I think a few of them that they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to Hamas. But the clip was dated the 9th of October 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, so Destiny does this thing where he thinks out loud, asks some questions, ruminates a bit, makes some claims. There's nothing there that I felt was epistemically problematic. Based on the extensive deep dive we've done so far in this series.
Have you seen enough? No, I don't think you have. Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians. That Kreuzer.
Thank you so much for the $2 super chat from Twisted Mind Man. PD, Professor Dave always cries as if the whole world is after him. Yeah, I don't know if he always cries as if the whole world is after him. I don't know if he's crying that the whole world is after him now, but
Like, do I want to go look all these up? Like, I'm curious. Is this guy actually saying there are no innocent children in the West Bank, or is he saying of the people that got killed in this incident, none of them were innocent children? If I were to look that article up. Fuck it, let's go take a look. I'm not fact checking every single one of these. That guy's from Ben Givers.
yeah, he's leaving it up to me. Wants me to do the work. No, I get it. I understand. Fix my shorts.
First party? Oh, well, in that case, he probably does want them all dead. Hold on.
Someone just said, this is interesting. Someone just said, did you see that Dave comment today that he plans on addressing you and Destiny? Has he reached out to you for a debate? No, I've already talked about this many times. Dave was offered a debate with Destiny on multiple occasions. He turned it down. And then when he saw my first initial fact check of the transcript from his video, he told me he thought it was all BS and that we can't work together anymore. So that's where that's at. I haven't heard from Dave otherwise. But yeah, I mean, if he plans on addressing it, that's fine. We'll keep going with all this. Vlad the Impaler, where did you see the comment? Maybe someone will send it to me or whatever. Oh, I have a billion messages on Discord. I'm just double checking something here. Cool. All right, back to it.
Bum 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 bum. defends killing of Palestinian family.
This is the good stuff. I love that Destiny's locked in. He's focused. He's getting to the bottom of some of these claims.
A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this. Okay, so this is there's a fairly unhinged quote, but like this is like this Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin. That's like, I'm not saying that that's that it's an acceptable quote, but that's like I think a seat is like one of the most like you're gonna get fucking rocked if you go to this place. So it's probably more specific to this area. Again, still like not the best quote, but a little bit different than saying all children in the West Bank aren't innocent. That would be crazy to make a statement saying that you could like kill children because they're settler babies. I don't know who would say that.
Says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid, steal their homes on a regular basis.
It's like by way of time travel. When I said, you know, I don't like this epistemic posture. You should take this video more seriously. It's attacking him by a popular creator. It's going to get a lot of views. And then all of a sudden he seems to have paused the game and got into a much better epistemic posture. Time travel is here, folks, to some degree. Must be that. Thank you for the super chat from the Trib. $5 super chat. I've just hopped in, but have you stressed that Destiny came into this expecting a hit piece on him and not a propaganda piece on Israel? No, I don't think that needs to be stressed. I haven't stressed it. You know, I think it's quite obvious to him from the beginning that there's this has a lot to do with Israel-Palestine.
Basis, innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth.
It's time for Nakba 2.
Journalist and politician Yinon Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence.
Like, I would never defend the crazy... There are some fucking insane Israelis, like there are, but you can find them saying insane stuff all the time. It's really weird to come down on somebody saying insane shit like on October 7th, though. Destiny, why don't you just debate Dave? Dave will never talk to me on this subject. The pro-Pallies have to remain as isolated as possible on this topic because they have known nothing about the region, they know nothing about the history, and they have no prescriptions of what to do in this place. Obviously, I would debate him if he wanted to, but I think he's even in his own comment section right now, fighting for his life. Not fighting for his life, but telling everybody, I'll never debate Destiny on this. I
believe I drop a comment because at this moment I was listening to this stream.
Oh, he might have deleted the comments, but... But like, yeah, like October 7th tweets, like I feel like I would give a little bit of leeway for somebody to be a little unhinged after you got like terrorist attacked that fucking hard, you know? Like most of your stuff, Dave, but question you, if you're so passionate about the topic, why not just have a direct conversation? Why not just grow the fuck up and watch this video? Damn! Wait.
But this is good. Like Steven's maintaining a lighthearted posture. This is the way you need to handle intellectualism, the debate world, all of these things. This is the right kind of posture, lightheartedness. The three subcategories of lightheartedness in, because lightheartedness is the fifth Pangburn virtue with the corresponding maxim that to refine and express your sense of humor. Destiny scores quite high in lightheartedness when I run him through my virtue scorecard system. And it's good. It's a healthy way of thinking. It's a healthy way of being to maintain lightheartedness. it leads, like heavy-heartedness leads to health issues. Lightheartedness alleviates health issues. It leads to, in general, higher levels of physical, mental, and social health. The subcategories in Pangburn philosophy when it comes to lightheartedness are playfulness, optimism, and positivity. So I think Destiny exemplifies that virtue and those subcategories of that virtue in a pretty masterful way, and that's something he should lean into. That doesn't mean I always think how that comedy comes out of him is wise to his purposes. That can be refined, but the general posture is a really good posture. I honestly have the same thing to say about Dave. Like, Dave in general has a great lighthearted posture in a lot of the content he puts out. This piece of content he put out, this piece of propaganda, is like insanely heavy-hearted and cognitively rigid and an infallibilist, certaintist posture, like a dogmatic preacher is what it comes off as to me.
Got him.
You have ability. There is worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time, there is no room for mercy. You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians?
Someone says, also, the negativity towards you has been insanely disgusting, all because you're fact-checking, almost like you don't care about, almost like they don't care about solutions to problems. Thank you for the super chat, Trib. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a whole lot of hate towards me. That's probably, I don't pay attention to comment sections and things like that. Like, I'm too busy doing this kind of stuff, which I think is valuable. It serves my moral quest of wanting to maximize well-being for myself and those around me in the world. One of the ways you can do that is show people how to do responsible fact-checking, show people how to articulate your ethical standards and how they apply to making ethical assessments, things like that. So yeah, there's no hate coming out of me. Other people can hate and spread hate about me for doing stuff like this, but that's their prerogative. I would implore them to try to transcend that into a higher, more high resolution way of being.
Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep.
This was fucking unhinged.
All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says, there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster.
Who said that? Who says that? Who's the famous baby settler guy?
There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly announce that they intend to commit genocide, not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all state this openly, the desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination of an entire race of people. Just like
You debated that Moshe Feiglin guy? Was he the guy? I've debated a few far right Israeli people, but over here it's always like the pro-Pallies that I'm generally fighting. If he is I don't remember debating that many people. But there was one. I mean, all of the super Zionist guys are generally fucking unhinged.
Nazis did to the Jews in calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them. It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny the actualization.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's low resolution to say this group of people is generally unhinged. I think we can do better than that. Like, give specific examples if you're going to make claims like that. But
of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality
gaslight the world. True.
that they are actual terrorists. Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
wow, we're already there. I think it took me 7 hours to get here in my analysis videos.
אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה
What does IOF mean? Israeli Occupation Force.
מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
We are looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again.
Huh?
Say it again.
No, maybe I killed a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital? Really?
Yes.
You guys kill children.
What are these videos?
In Lebanon, is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas,
What about the children, the babies?
the babies is good to.
Really, in Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon.
Is this like with the M4 or whatever? I don't even know what that gun is actually. Like this, is this a real video or is this just like a fucking propaganda piece? Like, I got my rifle here and everything. Let me talk about how much I love killing babies.
In Gaza,
So that's a good question. We did a deep dive into this. I did it by way of sharing screenshot. Oh, got to go all the way up here. Scrolling all the way, scrolling all the way. Okay, I don't think we're there yet. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, oh man, we're way back. Sorry, I'm just scrolling to see if I can find this screenshot. What? Was it in another branch that I was using? Thanks for being with me, everyone. Really appreciate it. No, it's got to be higher than that. It'd probably be faster for me to screenshot again. I know it's here. I know it's close. I know it. So annoying. Images. I'm looking for images, folks. Images. Well, let me screenshot it again. I love technology. Boom. Save. One thing I do know, though, from the analysis, I want to make sure we get the information right, but that wasn't a verified Israeli soldier. It still could have been with, someone who, it doesn't mean that it's impossible that this was a Israeli soldier, still could have been. It is kind of a weird video with the gun on the shoulder. But I'll give you guys the information again on that.
Iran.
Really? It's okay to kill babies in Iran?
Yes, yes.
And in
okay.
Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
What I need to know what the source of this video is.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians? Have you ever killed any Palestinian children?
Well, let's let it keep going.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I can.
Okay. If anybody has a source of that video, I'd love to see it. Debate him, bet you won't, you're scared, lol. Why do none of you debate bro shitheads ask him why he's too afraid to debate me? He sure as fuck didn't reach up for calling me a Nazi. You're pathetic. Well, I think I did look for him on Twitter because somebody suggested this when I watched the first video, but his Twitter account is banned and I have no idea how to reach him. But but I'm pretty sure
the reposts and different things that were made with regards to this clip, his name, they did not provide his name or military unit, the original live stream URL or full context, confirmation that he was serving in the IDF when recorded, any IDF acknowledgement or disciplinary record connected to him. A military style uniform and equipment are suggestive, but they are not enough by themselves to authenticate his identity or status. I thought I was able to find the first time I looked at this. Who is the podcaster? Maybe that will help find more information. I thought there was more information about this, but I did know that it's like, you know, this isn't a verified IDF officer. So
I said that. I wonder if I said that in the video, because if I did, then he would have seen me say, of course I would debate him on this topic. Destiny, Professor Dave explains. Nice, good one.
The blatant manipulation.
The blatant manipulation. Okay, I didn't say the word debate at least. When Professor Dave asks for that face-to-face debate fade, don't run away, my boy. Oh, you done fucked up, son. Oh, 5 hour. Oh, these are all from the recent video that you just published.
Since we're on the topic, if those of you who don't know, make sure you take 1 second to smash that like button, by the way. Dave was offered by me. You know, I offered, and Dave and I, up until, you know, a couple days ago, we're planning on doing some more events together. And then he dropped this video. I said I was going to do a review of the video, and when I dropped the first review, I got an email in the middle of the night, at least my time, from Dave saying that he thought it was bullshit and that him and I can't work together anymore. So that's where I'm at with Dave. But he did turn down the debate twice with Destiny, and I also had said that I thought we could raise, you know, $1 million for Palestinian children with regards to a debate between him and Destiny. I don't think it would be very hard, and I ran it through my Pangburn AI system just to see, like, what are some totals that we would just, you know, conservatively be able to raise between our three platforms. And, you know, it was giving me numbers of like $2-3 million, maybe more. But, you know, I said conservatively we could be able to raise $1 million. And then Dave, in his final message to me, and I haven't responded to that email, but Dave said he called it your fake $1 million raising money offer thing. So, yeah, I mean, I know it isn't, but it feels extortive. No, it's not. This is not a new thing. Like doing charity boxing matches, doing charity hockey games, sports games, doing charity debates, doing like this is not new business. It's a great way to raise money. Even if we raised $500,000, that's still going to an amazing cause. So yeah, it's not extortive. That's just, I think, people's ignorance. The fact that people engage in a negative utilitarian suffering avoidance calculus lensing when it comes to stuff like that is really suspect. People look for all kinds of reasons to weasel out of opportunities that could really make a difference and really make money. For those of you who aren't following me on X, I publicized an email that I sent to Hassan, and Destiny agreed to do it. But, a public appearance with Destiny and Hassan, it could be a conversation, it could be a debate. Just bringing those two together, we would easily raise $5 million, easily, for Palestinian children, directly to Palestinian children. And people's attitudes towards that, like, oh, I can't believe you would do that. If you have $5 million, just send it. That's not the way this works. It's because those two would be coming together for the sake of the charity. People really want to see those two come together. It would be a massive event that would attract a lot of interest. That's why it would raise money. Someone says it puts social pressure on him to accept when you make the proposal public. Yes, that is the point of making it public. Why would someone reject an offer where you're going to raise $5 million for Palestinian children? Why would he reject that? Oh, because he just doesn't want to. It's $5 million for Palestinian children. Put your boots on, pull up your pants, and come and sit on stage with a guy you hate for $5 million for Palestinian children. Seriously? Anyone who's anywhere close to being a moral well-beingist, when it comes to maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you, and you have this opportunity to do something like this, it is the good and righteous thing to do. We're talking about sharing the stage for a conversation with someone who you're opposed to, someone who you think all of these things about, and you don't like them for these reasons. It doesn't mean you have to say, everybody in the world already knows how Hassan feels about Destiny and how Destiny feels about Hassan. This one night together isn't going to likely change that. But you raised the $5 million. How dare you make that offer, Pangburn? Don't you know it makes them look bad when they refuse? Well, Destiny accepted the Professor Dave one, and he accepted the Hassan one. People are like, yeah, well, obviously Destiny did. Because no one wants anything to do with Destiny. No, the fact, what history will tell is that Destiny said yes to raise $6 million between these two guys for Palestinian children. They said no. Why did they say no? I'm not going to share a stage with a genocider or a Zionist. What? Dave, you're the guy that calls everyone out for not debating people or refusing to debate. And you're running away from an opportunity to make a real difference. All right.
Well, if he wants to chat, I'd love to have a conversation on this.
זיהינו 3 אובייקטים מתקרבים לעברנו לשטח שהוא שטח השמדה.
Wait, this is him. I couldn't find an exact video.
Hello, IDF, Israeli soldier. How many Palestinians have you killed?
What?
How many Palestinians have you killed?
20.
Is this like real life?
I don't know what is Palestinians. I know Hamas. In Gaza there is not civilians.
In Gaza,
all Hamas.
in Gaza, there's no civilians. They're all Hamas. Is that what you just said?
So, by the way, the other video Destiny was looking at, it appears to be a live stream of a Palestinian American creator named Hamza Sadah. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah, I think it is him. Hamza Sadah, also known online as Absorber, Hamza 1948, or simply Hamza. The attribution is based on a clip surrounding evidence. But yeah, there's been nothing verified that is an actual Israeli soldier, by the way. So it's interesting that Dave would use that video, obviously, and I think we got to this when I was doing the run through. Like, it's just an unverified clip of some guy saying some insane shit to a Palestinian podcaster. And it's completely unverified. I looked at Dave's video description. It didn't provide really any information about the things used, the clips used in the video.
So the 1 million kids in Gaza, they're Hamas?
Yeah.
What kind?
Oh God, and he's got this fucking lunatic on, of
Hello.
course.
Hello.
How are you?
I can't believe how much you guys included laundered this fucking lunatic's reputation here. Oh.
How are you? Where are you from, guys?
Israel. You love Israel.
I love Palestine. I'm from Palestine.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you? Where are you from, guys?
Israel. You love
Yeah, Destiny found him here.
Oh, hello. I've been looking for you.
What's up, man? You've been looking for me. What's going on?
I've seen your videos. I'm Israeli. Every day, on the news, at least one soldier dead in Gaza.
Oh. Tens of Palestinians are killed every single day.
Okay, and you know what happened on October 2nd? At least
Does that excuse...
2,000 babies were murdered. At least.
What? Hold on. How many babies were killed on October 7th?
At least 100, I think.
You just said 2,000.
Isn't that a child he's debating?
Okay.
ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה לחסל את שלושת האובייקטים, כי הם נכנסים לתוך שטח השמדה שלנו. חיסלנו אותם, מג ונגר, שתי נשקים, ולאחר מכן התברר שזה היה שני ילדים.
Also, if we ever do get through this series of analysis and fact checking, one of the best places to interact with me in real time is on the Pangburn Discord. If you have things you would like me to cover in this way, going through meticulously fact checking, giving my ethical perspective, you can send me a friend invite or tag me on Discord with some thoughts on a series you'd like to see me do. I was thinking we would tackle Ukraine-Russia misinformation to kind of stay on the war track right now next, but yeah, I'm open to suggestions on that.
בגילאים בין 10 ל-12, והאימא שלהם, ואנחנו היינו צריכים לחסל אותם בסופו של דבר, הפעלת פקודות.
זאת אומרת, הרגתי ילד. אפילו לא... אני אומרת צבא, לא אומרת... עכשיו זה קשה. זאת אומרת, הייתי חושבת על זה מלא ו...
It says, how long of this video is just like quotes from Israelis or Jews or...
Drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
Kids trained to see Arabs as slaves and all non-Jews as inferior.
מה כמו שאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני? למה אתם בחיים עליו שלא חרדים? מה הוא עושים?
They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel. This is not some fringe political group. This is the whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughtering of countless innocent people, a thing that has been going on for almost 80 years now, but never with such ferocity as the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will.
Really? Nobody in the media is talking about this. Okay.
This is who Israelis are talking about. Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause.
Legitimate question, Destiny. What would it take to change your opinion on this? I don't know. It's difficult to engage with questions that are that fucking retarded. For the people that are saying unhinged, insane shit in Israel, these are bad statements. They're horrible. But it's even worse when you just show one side and you pretend like it's only one-sided. You're disqualified from the conversation. You shouldn't even have an opinion on it. You're fucking retarded. I'm sure there are unhinged, insane fucking people in Israel. I met a few, and I've talked to a few.
It doesn't mean that you're disqualified from the conversation, but the sentiment is exactly right. What Destiny's getting at here. If you're just showing like one side and not giving a high resolution factual picture of what's really going on in reality, like what are you doing? You're doing a disservice to yourself because you're deluding yourself into thinking that things are the way they are when they're really not that way, and you're spreading that out to your audience.
I've debated a few that are absolutely fucking unhinged. There's a reason why they're unhinged, though, right? There's a reason why the Palestinians are unhinged as well. Both of these people have enough ammunition in even recent history to use against each other forever. But we want to just cover one side of it. You're engaged in some either insane anti-Semitic program where you're labeling every single Israeli citizen, which they now finally are openly doing. Every single Israeli citizen is actually an unhinged, crazy murderer. Or when you're saying every single Palestinian is trained from birth to want to kill and murder and rape every single fucking Jewish person, right? It's not helpful on either end. Both sides have enough ammunition against each other if they want to hate each other. You don't have to. It's presenting it so one-sidedly is so stupid.
Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit. They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Given the age we live in, the horror show that
really
is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on a daily basis. It is undeniable unless you deliberately look away. So-called liberal Zionists, which is an oxymoron, are in denial of this reality. Their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage. Their social media feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself, then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I'm fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines.
Oh, hey, by the way, my second analysis video, let's see if it's still demonetized. Ooh, I think they changed it. Did they? Oh, snap. They changed it. They fixed it. Okay, my now all of my full analysis videos for Dave's video are monetized. Wait. Let me just double check that. Something's weird. Someone just said, check what was the story with the female soldier. Yeah, it was from a documentary, and there was an accident where a child was accidentally killed, and she feels absolutely horrible about that. We went. So, by the way, thank you so much for the super chat. By the way, what we're doing here now is we are analyzing Destiny's reaction to Dave's propaganda video. We've already done 20 hours of full-on analysis of Dave's video that exists on this channel, but that's why it says Destiny's reaction in the title. But there's a full analysis. We get into the story that involves the female soldier and everything there. But I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Let me check. Sorry, 1 second. I just wanted to check. Something freaked me out where I wasn't seeing the monetization button for some reason. I was like, did I just get demonetized? No, I didn't. Uma said I watched it all. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Uma. Thanks for being here, everyone. Rock and roll. Let's keep going.
And my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of place, and this boring out of their app haunts me every time I look. The countless bodies dirt bulldozed on top of them, often still of this genocide. And then they get their last glimpse of daylight.
Evidence of torture with nearly 400 bodies found in Gaza, mass graves. Weren't one of these graves like a? Wasn't it just like a reused or like an actual just fuck? When I'm trying to remember.
Destiny's trying to remember. I think probably it and this is from the analysis we did previously. There were some mass graves that. Let's do this properly. No, that's not what I wanted to see. I want. I think I found it. Folks. I got to start using this search option more often. What? I had it right there. Welcome back, everybody. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. Say hello. I will respond to answer any super chats. I'm looking for. Okay. I know it's here. It's number 4. It's number 4. I think I got it. Sorry, bear with me, everybody. We're getting there. This thing is so. I shouldn't call it useless. It's sometimes the searching for previous information is annoying. Did I just find what I was looking for before? Oh, okay. Okay, I fixed that. It'll just take a moment.
There were a bunch of bodies buried outside of a hospital, and I remember there was some fighting that happened. And then when there was like an explosion or something, some of these bodies were uncovered, and people were like, "Oh my god, mass grave discovered." But it wasn't like a mass grave of like people who were murdered and thrown in a grave. It was like there was a ton of all the reporting on this was actual fucking AIDS for like 6 months at least. Well, I mean, all of it is still AIDS, but holy fucking shit.
There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main point of this video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now.
So courageous to join literally the most popular political movement online in the history of all the fucking world, which is Israel bad, Jew bad, and Palestine innocent and need to be protected, and, you know, get rid of AIPAC. What a brave position that is. Oh my goodness.
And it is objectively...
Yeah, like Destiny's being somewhat hyperbolic in his statement there. He's saying like the most popular movement in the entire world and things like this. There's some hyperbole there.
Genocide. Anyone who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan, since he will be able to get this point across quite succinctly.
Gaza has been cut off from the world for almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel. So let me debunk this argument in less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza, or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN...
So yeah, there are mass graves that exist in Gaza. Mass burial sites containing hundreds of bodies were documented at the Nasser and El Shifa hospital complexes. Reuters journalists witnessed exhumations and verified earlier footage showing Palestinians digging emergency graves because ordinary cemeteries were inaccessible. A UN Commission of Inquiry recorded reports of more than 500 bodies recovered from hospital ground graves and identified possible grave sites in satellite imagery. But mass grave only means a site containing multiple bodies. It does not automatically mean the people were executed. Israeli soldiers created the grave. Everyone buried there was killed at that location, or the grave was intended to conceal a massacre. At least some hospital graves had been dug by Palestinians during the fighting for emergency burials. Israel also acknowledged exhuming previously buried bodies while searching for Israeli hostages and then reburying them. Yeah.
Special rapporteurs, the former UN humanitarian chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bet Salem, Gisha, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Action, Moses, the author of the book Danish Refugee Camp, Israel's Mossad. All of them, or Benjamin Netanyahu?
But Mehdi...
Those are the only two sides of that, by the way. And it's not even a question.
That was a great pickup by Destiny. Those are the only two sides. Of course, it's not. When we eventually did this fact check, there were other human rights organizations that don't agree that it has been demonstrated that a genocide has in fact taken in place. One of the biggest reasons is you need to prove intentionality when it comes to genocide. Just like in World War II, there were millions of pieces of evidence to demonstrate intentionality from the Nazis in order to commit a genocide. Millions of pieces of evidence.
Question of what are the facts? It's a question of like the most annoying thing too is it's a question of like, would you consider it a genocide? It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine like a genocide where if one side surrenders, like everything stops. Like that's kind of hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine a genocide where the side being genocided like actively is continuing to hold hostages against the other side and refuses to release them for some reason.
A second here.
But it's just.
To complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan, since he will be able to get this point across.
I went back too far. Sorry about that.
Gaza has been cut off from libel. So let me debunk this argument. Israel's Mossad. All of them, libel. Israel's Mossad. All of them, or Benjamin Netanyahu?
But Mehdi...
Those are the only two sides of that, by the way. And it's not even a question of what are the facts. It's a question of like The most annoying thing too is it's a question of like, would you consider it a genocide? It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine like a genocide where if one side surrenders, like everything stops. Like that's kind of hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine a genocide where the side being genocided like actively is continuing to hold hostages against the other side and refuses to release them for some reason. But it's just the most difficult question that these people have that I've never heard a good answer to, and there's a lot of them that you can ask. Is like, what's the difference between like a bad one-sided war or just like a really violent war and a genocide? Like I don't know what the difference is, and I've never heard them actually enunciate a difference there. What is the difference between like a bad war or one-sided war versus like a genocide? I don't know.
Well, we should look at the genocide as determined by the ICJ, right? Since Destiny brought it up, we can look at that again. For something like this, like what would normally be the case in a lot of online spaces and streaming is someone who's looked at this as much as I have would try to pull the language from their memory and likely eventually start getting some of the specific language wrong with regards to how the ICJ would determine genocide. In the kind of thing we're doing here, this project, it's about slowing down, taking the time, being as specific as we can be. So the ICJ treats genocide as a narrow two-part legal test. It applies Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. It does not use a broader moral definition. Number 1, a protected group must be targeted. The group must be national, ethnical, racial, or religious. Political or social groups are not included in the convention's definition. One more time. Political or social groups are not included in the convention's definition. At least one prohibited act must occur. The acts are killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately imposing conditions of life calculated to bring about the group's physical destruction, wholly or partly, imposing measures intended to prevent births, forcibly transferring the group's children to another group. If you can remember in World War II, there were chairs being developed that would have a specific kind of technology where you could secretly start making it so when women sat in those chairs, you could turn on this device and it would cause them to no longer be able to birth children or have children. So imposing measures intended to prevent births. I think this from the ICJ comes right out of the Nazi playbook. There must be, now this is the one that is difficult, the most difficult in criminal court, any kind of criminal court, but there must be specific genocidal intent. The decisive requirement is the intent to physically or biologically destroy the protected group in whole or in substantial part as such. Lawyers call this dolus specialis, or special intent. This distinguishes genocide from widespread war crimes, crimes against humanity, mass killing, collective punishment, persecution, forcible displacement, or ethnic cleansing. A lot of people think ethnic cleansing and genocide mean the same thing. They don't. All of those other things, of course, are, horrific things. And you can consider them to be horrific things without confusing them with genocide or genocidal intent. How intent is proved. This is important. Intent may be demonstrated, has to be demonstrated. A conspiratorial line drawing theory is not going to prove intent. The courts will just laugh at you and intellectually throw you out. Intent may be demonstrated directly through orders, policies, speeches, or other statements. More commonly, it is inferred from a pattern of conduct. Now, when we say pattern of conduct, it doesn't mean if you can paint a conspiracy theory about the things you see and you just can't imagine how there couldn't have been an intentionality to commit genocide, that's not going to be enough. At the final merit stage, the ICJ has said that where genocidal intent is inferred from conduct alone, it must, this is the important part, it must be the only reasonable inference from the established pattern. One more time, so important. At the final merit stage, the ICJ has said that where genocidal intent is inferred from conduct alone, it must be the only reasonable inference from the established pattern. In Croatia versus Serbia, the court found extensive killing, abuse, and forced displacement, but concluded that the evidence better supported an intention to expel Croats, C-R-O-A-T-S, Croatians, from territory than an intention to physically destroy them. Therefore, genocide was not established. That does not mean every individual incident must have no conceivable alternative explanation. The court examines the overall pattern, scale, systematic character, surrounding statements, and operational decisions. But don't forget, it must be the only reasonable inference from the established pattern. What's determined to be reasonable will be decided by those judging. All right. So Destiny's point here, like, what is the difference between a really one-sided war and the other team wins with regards to genocide? It is that intent part is one of the biggest parts. That there's not only an attempt to win a war against them, but specifically genocide them, which means to physically or biologically destroy the protected group. Destroy the group, not win the war, not conquer the land, destroy the group in whole, in substantial part as such. Dolus specialis.
Didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway.
If they stopped calling it a genocide, what would the next point of contention you have be? I don't know. It depends on the specific claims they're making. But I think there's a lot of criticisms to be had for how Israel's conducted the war, especially some things that are like inexcusable. The WCK bombing, WCK or WKZ, the World Kitchen whatever truck bombing is probably the worst in terms of them fucking up like horribly. But if the mindset is like all these fuck ups are intentional and they're just trying to murder as many civilians, not as they can, but as many as they can get away with, even though they're clearly not getting away with it, but I don't know why they won't murder more or whatever. Like it's kind of it's a conversation non-starter. Like, how do you make peace with a group of people that you think is literally trying to genocide the other side? Like, it's stupid as fuck. You can't, like, and then these same guys who will say, well, 90% of Israel.
these are reasonable questions by Destiny that he's pontificating on.
On board with this, and all of them are brainwashed to want to genocide the other side, and we can't even accept a two-state solution anymore because that's apartheid, so we're going to do a one-state solution, but somehow all of these people are going to live in peace with each other? What the fuck? I don't know.
I'd like to, the proper solution, right? That's always a very big question. I think this is I'm trying to pull up my work. Is it really under here? I'm trying to find. I generated a two-state solution through my ethics and epistemic system, and I really liked how it sounded, but I'm trying to look for it because I want to get the details right. Because that question hasn't even come up yet in these deep dives we've been doing.
More effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually...
For those of you who are joining us right now or joined us recently, I am not analyzing Dave's video right now. We already did that for 20 hours in the past 2 days. I'm analyzing Stephen Bonnell Destiny's reaction to Dave's video.
Increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark, it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers, 70,000 killed, are so far off the mark, it's insane.
Do you know, a casualty is not a death. Does he think that this said 240,000 deaths, and that's why he thought this was super far off? Did he not read this? But
thank you for the super chat, Heavens Feel. Really appreciate it. There's a survey from some time ago where Palestinians are being asked what solution they prefer. Let's take a look at it. I'm going to have to go to here. And we're going to take a look. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. If anyone wants me to respond to anything or react to anything or have something to say to me directly, you can always super chat me. Hamza Sadah was that guy, that podcaster who was speaking to that soldier. Yeah, also, if you guys do value this, it would be awesome to have you sign up as a member for the channel. The more members we have, the more we can plan ahead and do, big, amazing things like our live event productions, more debates, and more of the kind of stuff we're doing here. So every little bit helps. I think it costs about one coffee per month to sign up. But yeah, if any of you can want to come on as a member, really appreciate it. Also, any member that signs up, if you're ever if you ever want to get in touch with me and have a one-on-one conversation, you can always just send me an email. I got to update the member perks and things like that. But yeah, we're planning on upgrading the member stuff so there's more access. I think we're going to start live streaming our live events, our live intellectual discussions on stages around the world, just to members, and then everyone else will get the events when we actually release them. But we do have some of our own film equipment now, so that's helped out a lot. It's going to help us be able to produce a lot more. So, okay, regarding the survey, thanks for the super chat, by the way. This was the AWRAD wartime poll published on November 14th, 2023. ARAD interviewed 668 Palestinian adults between October 31st and November 7th, 2023. 391 in the West Bank and 277 in Gaza. Gaza interviews were conducted face-to-face in shelters and households in Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah because northern Gaza was largely inaccessible. Respondents were asked which political agreement they supported: a Palestinian state from the river to the sea. That was 74.7%. So, of course, that would mean complete displacement of non-Palestinians, i.e. Israel. 2 states for 2 peoples, that was 17.2%. 1 state for 2 peoples was 5.4%. Support for a Palestinian state across the whole territory was reportedly 77.7% in the West Bank and 70.4% in Gaza. 2 states received 13.3% in the West Bank and 22.7% in Gaza. The Palestinian state from the river to the sea option was distinct from the equal binational option. It therefore indicates that most respondents preferred replacing Israel and Palestinian territories with a Palestinian state rather than creating 2 separate nation states or one democratic state with equal Jewish and Palestinian citizenship. However, the question did not explicitly ask what should happen to Israeli Jews. So descriptions such as 74.7 wanted to expel or kill all the Jews go beyond what the poll established. Okay, so yeah, and that is a good point. A Palestinian state from the river to the sea. But I mean, if you combine that with the other polling data of how few people, well, I guess no, because they voted in the other one. So yeah, I mean, maybe there are Palestinians out there who voted for this that would want, Jews to just be living in their own area under a Palestinian controlled state. This was an extraordinarily emotional wartime snapshot conducted only weeks after October 7th and during Israel's initial bombardment and ground operations. The Gaza sample was relatively small and excluded people inaccessible in northern Gaza. Attitudes also changed significantly depending on whether respondents are asked about an abstract 2-state solution, a detailed peace package, or long-term national aspirations. Yeah. So based on my epistemic standards and my ethical standards, the Pangburn 2-state accord. I found it. So the Pangburn 2-state accord. No peace proposal can be proved objectively best in advance. Under Pangburn philosophy, however, the best proposal is the one most likely to maximize the long-term physical, mental, and social well-being of both peoples while remaining truthful, reciprocal, enforceable, and open to correction. The governing maxim would be replace permanent domination, terrorism, and inherited grievance with two sovereign states, equal human worth, accountable security, and verifiable cooperation. This is not moral fence-sitting. Reciprocal rights do not imply equal responsibility for every event. Every action must be assessed according to the evidence, its circumstances, and its effects on human beings. Number one, two genuinely sovereign states. The agreement establishes the State of Israel with West Jerusalem as its capital, the State of Palestine consisting of Gaza and the West Bank with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mutual recognition, diplomatic relations, and an explicit end to territorial claims once implementation is complete. Equal civil and political rights within both states, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or sex. The territorial baseline is the June 4th, 1967 lines, with equal one-to-one land swaps capped at approximately 4% of the West Bank. This is not because the 1967 lines are metaphysically sacred, but because they are the clearest internationally recognized focal point. Security Council resolutions have connected withdrawal, secure recognized boundaries, and a just refugee settlement, while rejecting unilateral territorial changes beyond those mutually negotiated. The ICJ's 2024 advisory opinion also concluded that occupation cannot transfer sovereignty and treated the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza as one Palestinian territorial unit. The territorial details. Israel may incorporate a limited number of densely populated communities immediately adjacent to the Green Line, but Palestine receives territory of equal area, agricultural value, water access, and development potential. The Palestinian state must be territorially viable rather than a collection of disconnected enclaves. A sovereign high-speed road and rail corridor connects Gaza and the West Bank. Palestine controls its external borders, territorial waters, electromagnetic spectrum, and civilian airspace. Israel retains no permanent checkpoints or sovereign islands inside Palestine. Roads are not divided according to ethnicity. The Jordan Valley ultimately comes under Palestinian sovereignty. A Palestinian state without territorial continuity and economic control would be a nominal state, not a real one. Number two, settlements. Sovereignty governs residency. All settlement construction, land seizures, outpost creation, and Palestinian displacement stop immediately. This is urgent because settlement expansion accelerated substantially during 2023 and 2025, further fragmenting the territory that a Palestinian state would require. Settlements inside land transferred to Israel remain there. Settlements inside Palestine have three possible outcomes. Number one, residents relocate to Israel with generous compensation. Number two, buildings are purchased by Palestine or the International Reconstruction Authority. Or three, individual settlers may remain as peaceful permanent residents of Palestine, provided Palestine consents and they accept Palestinian law, taxes, and courts. No Israeli military units, segregated roads, or settler militants accompany those who remain. Likewise, Israelis who live in Palestine receive minority protections equal to those demanded for Palestinians living in Israel. The principle is simple. People need not always be removed merely because sovereignty changes, but sovereignty must actually change. Number 3, Jerusalem. 2 capitals, 1 open city. Jerusalem cannot be awarded exclusively to either nationalism without perpetuating the conflict. Predominantly Jewish neighborhoods fall under Israeli sovereignty. Predominantly Palestinian neighborhoods fall under Palestinian sovereignty. Municipal services, transportation, sewage, policing coordination, tourism, and emergency response are managed through a Greater Jerusalem Council with equal Israeli and Palestinian representation. Residents may cross the internal boundary with minimal friction, subject to ordinary security screening during the transitional period. The Old City and holy sites. The Old City becomes a special protected district. The Western Wall remains under Jewish religious administration. Al-Haram, Al-Sharif, Temple Mount remains under Islamic, I think it's Waqf, religious administration. Or maybe Waqfa. Christian sites retain their traditional custodial arrangements. Neither state may excavate, alter access, or change the religious status quo unilaterally. Outer security is provided by a specially trained joint unit under international observation. The district's ultimate sovereignty is shared or formally held in abeyance rather than allowing symbolic ownership to destroy practical peace. The Geneva Initiative previously demonstrated that 2 capitals, neighborhood-based sovereignty, and specialized arrangements for the holy sites can be expressed in a detailed treaty rather than merely invoked as slogans. Number 4, security without permanent occupation. Israelis have a right not to be murdered, kidnapped, or attacked by rockets. Palestinians have a right not to live under military occupation, siege, settler violence, arbitrary detention, or indefinite displacement. Those rights must be operationalized simultaneously. Palestinian security. Palestine is non-militarized, but not defenseless for an initial 15-year period. It possesses professional police and border guards, civil defense, Coast Guard and intelligence services, counter-terrorism and cyber defense capabilities, no combat aircraft, ballistic missiles, heavy offensive weapons, or independent armed factions. After 15 years, the arrangement is reviewed according to regional threats and verified Palestinian compliance. It cannot be made permanent merely because Israel prefers indefinite Palestinian inferiority. One authority, one law, one weapon. Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and every other armed Palestinian faction must surrender heavy weapons, tunnels, and military infrastructure. Members not implicated in atrocities may enter civilian reintegration programs. Anyone credibly accused of intentionally attacking civilians remain subject to prosecution. Hamas may subsequently operate as a political party only if it permanently abandons its armed wing, accepts the Palestinian Constitution, recognizes the peace treaty, accepts democratic alternation of power. The same principle applies to violent Israeli organizations and settler militias. Political participation cannot coexist with a private army. The 2025 New York Declaration endorsed the principle of one Palestinian state, government, law, and weapon alongside democratic Palestinian statehood. International security guarantee, a UN-mandated multinational force combining Arab participation with European and North American technical capabilities, deploys temporarily along the Jordanian border, the Gaza perimeter, international crossings, the Israeli-Palestine boundary during withdrawal. It trains Palestinian forces, verifies disarmament, detects tunnels and weapons transfers, and protects both states against cross-border attack. Israeli troops withdraw according to fixed deadlines over approximately 30 months. A current UN-backed Gaza framework already contemplates an international stabilization force, Palestinian transitional administration, demilitarization, and phased Israeli withdrawal. That machinery can serve as the beginning of the process, but it must culminate in Palestinian sovereignty rather than become an indefinite foreign trusteeship. As of July 31st, 2026, which is today, the Associated Press reported that Hamas had accepted a further roadmap linking militia disarmament with Israeli withdrawal, although Israel had not yet publicly confirmed its agreement at the time of reporting. Any verified arrangement should be incorporated as Phase 0, not mistaken for a complete political settlement. Number 5, refugees, recognition, choice, and compensation. A viable two-state agreement cannot promise every Palestinian refugee an unrestricted return to sovereign Israel. That would functionally reopen the statehood question rather than resolve it. But a settlement that simply declares the refugee issue non-existent would be unjust and psychologically impossible to sustain. Each verified refugee receives several choices: citizenship and resettlement in Palestine, permanent integration in a current host country where the country consents, voluntary third country resettlement, property and displacement compensation, humanitarian or family reunification in Israel. Israel accepts a meaningful but limited family reunification and humanitarian program. For example, approximately 100,000 admissions over 10 years, without creating an unlimited demographic entitlement. An independent claims commission values lost property using archival records and consistent evidentiary standards. Refugees receive compensation regardless of which residency option they choose. The treaty includes Israeli recognition of the Palestinian displacement and disposition associated with the Nakba, Palestinian recognition of Jewish historical attachment, persecution, displacement, and security fears. No formulation suggesting that one population's suffering cancels the suffering or rights of the other. UNRWA, UNRWA, is gradually replaced over approximately 10 years as refugees acquire permanent citizenship compensation and ordinary public services. It is not dismantled before substitute institutions exist. Number 6, Palestinian governance and Israeli equality. Gaza and the West Bank are reunited under a temporary Palestinian technocratic government, followed by internationally observed elections within 24 months. The Palestinian Constitution must guarantee separation of powers, judicial independence, religious freedom and governmental neutrality toward religion, free speech and free elections, equal citizenship for women, religious minorities, political dissenters, and any Jewish residents, term limits and transparent public finance, no death penalty. Israel, in turn, constitutionally guarantees equal civil and political rights for Palestinian and other non-Jewish citizens. Neither state may legally privilege one ethnicity in access to courts, housing, education, public funding, or political participation. Peace cannot mean asking Palestinians to become democratic while treating equality inside Israel as irrelevant. Number 7, reconstruction and economic independence. The World Bank, UN, and EU estimated in February 2025 that Gaza's reconstruction and recovery needs had already reached approximately $53 billion, with massive destruction to housing, commerce, health, water, and transportation. The accord therefore creates a minimum $100 billion Palestinian reconstruction and development facility separate from the Refugee Compensation Fund. Money is released directly to audited projects, not handed without oversight to political leaders. Every contract, beneficial owner, payment, and construction milestone is publicly searchable. The economic settlement includes a free trade area with gradual freedom of movement, Palestinian control over trade policy and currency arrangements, a reconstructed Gaza seaport and airport with international inspection, preferential but regulated Palestinian access to the Israeli labor market, joint electricity, desalination, wastewater and renewable energy projects, equitable and sustainable water allocation, regional rail and trade links through Europe, Jordan, and the Gulf. Egypt, Jordan, and the Gulf. Arab nominalization with Israel as treaty obligations are implemented. Previous Israeli-Palestinian economic work has emphasized that peace requires Palestinian economic sovereignty while recognizing unavoidable independence in trade, labor, transport, and electricity. Number 8, truth, education, and reconciliation. A joint historical commission does not manufacture one official history. It publicly documents competing narratives and the strongest available evidence concerning Jewish persecution, anti-Semitism, and attachment to the land, the Holocaust, the Nakba and Palestinian disposition, occupation and settlement, terrorism and hostage-taking, wars, expulsions and attacks upon civilians, incitement and dehumanization by both societies. School materials may defend national narratives, but may not erase the existence, humanity, or documented suffering of the other people. In an independent bilingual commission identifies factual errors and explicit advocacy of violence. A shared civilian memorial honors all non-combatants intentionally or recklessly killed. It does not require moral equivalence between every action. Number 9, implementation without blind trust. A deal that depends upon trust is a bad deal. This agreement depends upon verification. An independent implementation and verification commission publishes monthly data on Israeli withdrawal, settlement, construction, and evacuation, Palestinian disarmament, rocket fire and weapons trafficking, prisoner and detainee treatment, border access, reconstruction, civilian casualties, elections, and institutional reform. Violations trigger targeted consequences against responsible officials, military units, organizations, or financial networks. They do not trigger collective punishment of civilians. Neither side may suspend the entire treaty over an isolated violation. Serious breaches go to binding arbitration. Emergency measures are temporary, proportional, and independently reviewed. The agreement is ratified through simultaneous Israeli and Palestinian referendums following a 6-month public examination period. Final claims are extinguished only when the public territorial security, refugee, and sovereignty obligations have actually been implemented, not merely when politicians sign a document. Every policy is measured independently, reviewed, and amendable when evidence shows that it is failing. Neither historical narrative is treated as infallible. Palestinian and Israeli lives receive equal moral weight. Security, liberty, healthcare, trauma, recovery, prosperity, and social belonging are treated as interconnected. Negotiations use clear language, publicly stated commitments, and evidentiary dispute resolution, not propaganda or strategic ambiguity. Withdrawal and disarmament are phased to avoid institutional collapse, but every phase has a deadline. Patience is not an excuse for endless occupation. Peace must produce ordinary life. Travel, sport, art, friendship, humor, and family security. Lightheartedness here means recovering humanity, not trivializing suffering. The agreement offers more than a cessation of killing. It creates a regional future in which two peoples preserve national self-determination while cooperating on water, science, medicine, climate resilience, and commerce. The irreducible compromise. Israel would receive recognition, regional normalization, enforceable demilitarization, and an end to territorial and refugee claims. Palestine would receive genuine sovereignty, the end of occupation, a capital in East Jerusalem, territorial continuity, refugee recognition, and control of its economic future. Israel must abandon permanent domination and most of the settlement project. Palestinians must abandon armed struggle and an unlimited return to sovereign Israel. Both must abandon the fantasy that the other people can be forced to disappear. So that is the current Pangburn position. Not a midpoint between two maximalist ideologies, but the arrangement most defensible by evidence, reciprocity, and measurable human well-being. So that's my current draft. Let me see if I missed anything. Okay, cool. Someone said there's no deal Israel can make that will be honored. Left-wing politics won't solve it. Iran in 1979. So that's just wrong. There's no that attitude. There's no deal Israel can make that will be honored. That's wrong. That's pessimism. Someone says this is a very nice and flowery fantasy agreement. Again, Lebanon is already a sovereign and independent state. Israel is not interested in any of this. I don't know why you need to bring up Lebanon. Someone says that's not the reality of the situation, though. What's the reality of the situation? I'm totally fine hearing, critiques or people think particular things wouldn't work. This is completely, my current, fallible model. this particular conversation, we don't need to talk about Lebanon. This particular conversation doesn't need any mention of Lebanon. Doesn't need to be mentioned. So in saying that, what are we at? We're at 9:30 my local time. So we are going to pick this up again from this. How much do we have left of Destiny's video? Yeah, we have enough for one more long live stream tomorrow. I think what I'll do is I'm going to give you guys the Discord link. I'm going to head over to Discord and hang out in the on Discord with our Discord members. I would love it if you guys come and join us. If you're not familiar with Discord, Discord is a place where you can have video and voice chats with people, or just voice chats with people if you don't want to use your camera. And we also have the Pangburn library on there where we engage in long form text chats as well. But it's a great place to find a sense of community that you can always plug into. And yeah, everything is governed by the principles of good faith and helpfulness. That's what helps, keep the Discord server moving in the direction of maximization of well-being. And yeah, I'm going to be live again tomorrow, and we will go through part 5, finishing off Destiny's reaction. I'm also going to be working on, for the rest of tonight, compiling all of the transcripts from part 1, 2, and 3 together into a report that will be available on Discord. I'll also share it in the comment section for the videos and the description. But all of the misinformation in Dave's video will exist in that PDF that I was able to detect. And yeah, and then we'll go from there. I really, really do appreciate you guys being with me through this project. We'll have to decide what kind of project we're going to tackle after this, but this one has been quite a big one. It's been quite the anomaly, I think. But yeah, I love you all. Thank you so much for being here, and please make sure you are out there maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. Don't forget to smash that like button on the way out. Don't forget to join us on Discord. I'll give you the link one more time. And I will see you all tomorrow. Hope you're subscribed.